Chapter 2399. Yang Kai had only been here for a few months, yet he had already obtained the Sea King shuttle and given her so many source crystals, allowing her to recover her strength without any worries. Thinking about it this way, Bingyan realized that Yang Kai seemed to have come here specifically to rescue her. It was all heaven's will. Holding the space ring, she was a little excited for a while before suddenly saying, "You've given me so many source crystals. What about yourself? How about this? I'll take half of the source crystals." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. "Senior, don't worry. I have a lot of source crystals. If it were the other third-order Dao source realm, they might not be able to take out 10 million high-rank source crystals at once. This was equivalent to 100 billion low-rank source crystals. Which Dao source realm cultivator could be so rich? But Yang Kai was different. He didn't lack source crystals. Last time, he killed Yao Changjun and obtained a lot of loot from killing Sangda. 10 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't that big of a deal for him. Hearing him say so, Bingyan didn't refuse and nodded. "Give me 5 days. We'll set off in 5 days. Also, we have to discuss how to leave this place." If she wanted to leave Clear Sky Island, she couldn't just swagger around, let alone leave with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Chi-Ri found out, he would definitely intercept them. "Okay, then I'll take advantage of this time to prepare." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "Senior, how many sets of materials have you prepared for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? I can refine it for you first in case you need it." Bing Yin was stunned for a moment and said, "You can refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? That's an Emperor-grade spirit pill." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. He said, "Senior, please don't blame me. In fact, Junior is not a Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemist. I can barely be considered an Emperor-grade alchemist." Previously, he didn't know what kind of person the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was, or why she wanted to hire an alchemist, so he didn't show his true ability. Now that he was honest with Bing Yin, he felt that there was no need to hide it. An Emperor-grade alchemist? Bing Yin's beautiful eyes lit up in surprise. "You're actually an Emperor-grade alchemist?" For Yang Kai to have such a cultivation at such a young age, it could be said that he was a genius. Bing Yin didn't expect him to be an alchemy master. Even in the entire star boundary, how many alchemy emperors were there? This was an existence that was even more noble and rarer than an Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai's identity alone was enough to make the top sex fight to the death over him. Looking at Yang Kai, Bing Yin's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of pity. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai observed her expression and didn't know what she was feeling regretful about. Bing Yin pursed her lips and smiled. "If you were a girl, I would definitely accept you as my disciple. It's a pity. My Ice Heart Valley never accepts male disciples." Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "Junior appreciates Senior's kindness." For Bing Yin to be able to confide in him like this, it was clear that she didn't treat him as an outsider. After all, the two of them came from the same star territory. This relationship was extremely rich and couldn't be cut off. The materials for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill are not easy to find. I've only collected 10 after so many years. I'll give them all to you." Bing Yin handed some rare herbs to Yang Kai as she spoke. These herbs were her biggest hope to leave this place, but after receiving so many source crystals from Yang Kai, she didn't have to worry too much about them. Whether the refinement was successful or not, it wouldn't have much of an impact on her next plan. Yang Kai insisted on refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill as a precaution. After retreating from Bing Yin, Yang Kai immediately began refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He hadn't refined many Emperor-grade spirit pills before, but practice made perfect. After wasting 2 furnaces of materials, Yang Kai was already in a good mood. In 3 days, out of 10 sets of Emperor Essence pills, 8 furnaces had been formed. The first few furnaces of Emperor Essence pills were not of very good quality and could only be considered as a success. However, they were all low-grade Emperor Essence pills of the lowest grade. However, the last few furnaces produced some good Emperor Essence pills, and even a few high-grade ones. There weren't many, but it was definitely enough. There were still 2 days before the agreed time. So Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After reminding Lu Xianyun not to run around, he left Ice Heart Pavilion alone and headed to his cave mansion. In front of a certain medium-sized cave mansion, Yang Kai waited for a while before the barrier opened. Ling Yinqin revealed her face and beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come in and talk." Yang Kai nodded and followed her in. This cave mansion was almost identical to the one he had rented before, whether it was the number or size of the rooms inside. After entering, Ling Yinqin served him some fragrant tea and asked, "What happened a few days ago? There seemed to be a fight in your cave mansion. When I went to check, it was a mess. You and Lu Xianyun were nowhere to be found." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that Ling Yinqin had actually gone to see him. His heart warmed as he felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. "Someone wanted to cause trouble for me, so I ran away." Yang Kai grinned and didn't explain too much. Ling Yinqin frowned and said, "I heard that there were masters from the Emperor Realm fighting over there. Could it be someone from the Emperor Realm looking for trouble with you?" Her expression changed slightly as she cried out, "Could it be the Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion?" She thought that the matter of her killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion on the sea last time had been exposed, so her face turned pale. It wasn't him, it was someone else. Yang Kai shook his head. "But it's all in the past, so Big Sister Ling doesn't have to take it to heart. I came here this time because I wanted to ask you something." Ling Yinqin asked, "What can I help you with?" She didn't ask what it was, only asking if there was anything she could help with. It was obvious that she was a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked, "Big Sister Ling, have you ever thought about leaving the solitary void-sealed world?" "Leaving?" Ling Yinqin was shocked when she heard this, and a trace of yearning flashed across her beautiful eyes. But she soon shook her head with a bitter smile. "There are millions of people in Clear Sky City. Who doesn't want to leave? It's just that even a master like the Island Master is trapped here. So how could it be easy to leave? So you want to?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ling Yinqin said, "It's just a thought." After saying this, she suddenly realized something and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Why are you asking me this? What do you want to do?" Yang Kai said seriously, "If I say that I can leave this place, would Big Sister Ling believe me?" "You?" Ling Yinqin was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. She was different from others. The first person Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun saw when they came to the solitary void-sealed world was her. So she knew Yang Kai very well, and knew that he hadn't been here for long. A person who had just arrived here suddenly told her that he could leave this place. Even if Ling Yinqin wanted to believe it, she couldn't. If it was so easy to find a way to leave, those people wouldn't have been trapped on the island. After a while, Ling Yinqin frowned. "Did someone lie to you? There are many swindlers on this island. Some of them often trick others into going out to sea, and then do all sorts of evil things. You have to be careful." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "No one lied to me. I'm 80% sure that I can leave this place." 80%. Ling Yinqin's tender body trembled as her beautiful eyes instantly widened. She didn't know Yang Kai very well. After all, the two of them hadn't had much contact. So even though Yang Kai's words were so convincing, she didn't dare to believe them. Yang Kai said, "Although Junior Sister and I haven't been here for long, you and Brother Jiao have given us a lot of help. So if I can leave this place, I want to take you with me." Regardless of whether the high-grade spirit purifying array Ling Yinqin gave him at the time worked or not, the fact that she was willing to lend it to him at that time was enough to show her kindness. Even if it was damaged in the end, she didn't blame Yang Kai. This woman was very good, so Yang Kai thought that if he really wanted to leave, he could take them with him. "Big Sister Ling, it's normal for you to have your own concerns and doubts. I didn't want you to believe me immediately, but if you can really trust me, I definitely won't let you down. Whether you agree or not, Junior Sister and I will leave here in 2 days." Yang Kai said as he stood up. He had come here to invite Ling Yinqin. As for whether she would agree or leave with him, it was up to her to decide. Yang Kai couldn't just take her away by force, could he? Even if he wanted to repay her kindness, this wasn't the way to do it. Ling Yinqin didn't even notice when Yang Kai left. After listening to Yang Kai's words, she fell into a dilemma. Her intuition told her that Yang Kai wasn't lying. He definitely knew how to leave this place and how to get out. But after all, she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, so she didn't know where Yang Kai had heard about this method or whether it was safe. With just a few words from Yang Kai, she was willing to bet everyone's lives. Ling Yinchin was under a lot of pressure. In the end, she felt that it was necessary to listen to everyone's opinions. So she immediately took out her communication artifact and summoned her crew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Yang Kai brought a few women to the docks. Among these women, there was Lu Xianyin, Fan Xian, and a few other disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion. Bing Yin didn't take in many disciples on Clear Sky Island, and Fan Xian and the others were pitiful people who had been bullied on the island and had nowhere to go. They were found by Bing Yin and taken in by Ice Heart Pavilion. So the cultivation of these women was uneven. Among the group, Yang Kai was the strongest. Alchemist Yang, honored master, said that you will be in charge of this trip. What should we do now? Fan Xian asked nervously. Last night, she had suddenly received a message from Bing Yin, telling her to pack up everything in Ice Heart Pavilion with her junior sisters and set out to sea today. Yang Kai would be in charge of this. Chapter 2400. Fan Xian didn't know why her honored master would give such an order, because the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never gone out to sea, nor did they need to go out to sea. What surprised her even more was that her honored master had put Yang Kai in charge of everything and had them listen to his orders. Yang Kai hadn't been in Ice Heart Pavilion for long, yet he had already gained her honored master's trust. She had even put her senior sisters in his care. Fan Xian really didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make her honored master trust him so wholeheartedly. However, despite her doubts, Fan Xian didn't dare to disobey her honored master's orders. Let's wait here for a while, Yang Kai said, glancing at the city gate. Oh! Fan Xian didn't ask any more questions, nodding gently before finding a place to stand quietly. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly saw several familiar figures passing through the city gate and couldn't help but smile. Big Sister Ling? When Lu Xianyin saw Ling Yinchin, she knew what Yang Kai was waiting for and quickly went to greet her. After exchanging greetings, Ling Yinchin walked up to Yang Kai with a dignified expression and said, "Brother Yang, we'll go with you." "Good." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I won't let you down." He glanced around and found that only a small portion of Ling Yinchin's crew had gathered here. The rest of them were nowhere to be seen. It was clear that even with Ling Yinchin's prestige, she couldn't make all the crew trust Yang Kai. On the other hand, Jiaoyi came over with Ling Yinchin and winked at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, we're putting our lives in your hands. Don't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai said, "We'll see in the future. Let's get on the ship and set off now." The dock was crowded with people and ships, so it wasn't too conspicuous for Yang Kai's group to leave on a ship. A moment later, the group was sailing on the sea, getting further and further away from Clear Sky Island. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never been out to sea, they knew nothing about it. However, Ling Yinchin and her crew were all veterans, so the ship sailed in an orderly manner, braving the wind and waves. A day later, the ship was already several 100,000 li away from Clear Sky Island. Fan Xian worriedly came to the deck and found Yang Kai asking, "Alchemist Yang, where is honored master? Why haven't I seen her yet?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Pavilion master, you don't have to worry. She needs to get rid of someone before she can join us." "Get rid of someone?" Fan Xian raised her eyebrows. She vaguely understood something, nodded and left. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look to the side, only to see a flash of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The initial position was still very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The rainbow light landed on the deck and dissipated, revealing Bing Yun's figure. "Who is it?" Ling Yinchin and the others turned pale with fright and shouted. It was definitely a taboo to have someone board a ship on the sea without warning them. So Ling Yinchin and the others immediately prepared for battle. However, when they scanned with their divine senses and realized that Bing Yin was unfathomable. They were shocked and didn't dare to act rashly. Although they couldn't detect Bing Yin's strength, the pressure they felt from Bing Yin's aura was very strong. However, the huge pressure he felt from Frozen Cloud's body was not fake. Just a slight inspection caused his blood and qi to churn, and his chest to feel stuffy. This was definitely an expert that he could not afford to offend. "Senior, you're here." Yang Kai cupped his fists at Bing Yin. Bing Yin gently nodded. "Master." Fan Xian and the others also hurriedly came forward and saluted. Everyone looked excited, as if they had found their backbone. "Senior." "Master." Ling Yinqin and the others were completely dumbfounded. Yang Kai was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so the only people he could call senior were masters from the Emperor realm. Ling Yinqin also knew Fan Xian, and knew that she was from Ice Heart Pavilion. Hearing Fan Xian call this girl master, how could Ling Yinqin not know her identity? This girl turned out to be the famous pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion, the only top master on Clear Sky Island, who could stand on equal footing with the island master. After understanding this, Ling Yinqin and the others inexplicably became excited. They all looked at Bing Yin with worship and respect, and their confidence in Yang Kai increased significantly. If Ling Yinqin had chosen to leave with Yang Kai because she didn't want to stay on Clear Sky Island any longer, and decided to take a gamble, then they really saw hope now. Even a powerful master like the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was on board. So what else could they be worried about? "Are these your friends?" Bing Yin glanced at Ling Yinqin and the others and asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "When junior sister and I first came here, we received a lot of kindness from big sister Ling and the others, so we invited them to leave with us this time." Bing Yin nodded and said, "You know how to repay kindness. They were lucky to have met you." When Ling Yinqin saw that Bing Yin was asking about her, she hurriedly walked up in fear and trepidation. She was so nervous that the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat as she said cautiously, "Junior Ling Yinqin greets Sir Pavilion Master." Jiao Yi and the others also hurriedly bowed and looked straight ahead, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Since you are Yang Kai's friends, then you are on the same side. No need to be so polite," Bing Yin said lightly. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Ling Yinqin was very grateful. She was very surprised that the elusive Pavilion Master of Ice Heart Pavilion was so approachable. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't seem to feel the slightest pressure in front of her, and spoke with confidence. She didn't know how he could maintain such an aloof attitude. After comparing the two, Ling Yinqin realized that she was really inferior to Yang Kai. "Senior, have you shaken off that old toad?" Yang Kai asked. In his plan with Bing Yin, he would lead everyone out to sea first before Bing Yin left Clear Sky Island. Because once she left Clear Sky Island, Chi Ri would definitely notice and chase after her. Bing Yin needed to lead Chi Ri around in circles outside, then find an opportunity to shake him off before meeting up with Yang Kai. Now that Bing Yin had appeared here, Chi Ri had undoubtedly been shaken off. Bing Yin nodded, but just as she was about to answer, her pretty face suddenly sank. She looked up in a certain direction and gritted her teeth. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Just as she finished speaking, a deafening thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, a fiery red light suddenly appeared in the sky like a rising sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure radiated out. The pressure was so strong that it seemed as if the sky was collapsing, making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone on the ship paled in shock. When the light dissipated, two figures suddenly appeared there. One of them was like a deep pool with a dignified expression. No one knew what he had encountered, but at this moment, there was a faint trace of anger on his face. The other person was half a step behind this person, standing there respectfully with a smile on his face like a servant. "City Lord Master." Ling Yinqin looked at the dignified middle-aged man, and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Although she had never seen Chi Ri in person, she had seen a portrait of him, so she recognized at a glance that the master chasing after them was the city lord of Clear Sky City. Peng Guang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was extremely stunned. Looking at the figure standing behind Qi, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never expected that Pang Guang would be together with Qi, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have been subdued by Qi. The last time Yang Kai saw him, this guy was seriously injured, and was counting on him to get the heavenly restoration lotus to heal his injuries. Now, although he didn't seem to have fully recovered, he was undoubtedly much better than last time. It was probably because he took some pills. However, since he had been subdued by Qi, it wasn't strange for him to get some healing pills from Qi. Pang Guang's gaze swept across the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. If it weren't for Yang Kai, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. Although there was a huge difference in strength between him and Qi, he was still a master from the Emperor realm and had his own dignity. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have sought refuge with Qi for protection. Although the other two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters on Clear Sky Island were also under Qi's control, their situation was undoubtedly much better than his. At least they had their own freedom, and the culprit behind all this was Yang Kai. If he had given him the heavenly restoration lotus, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. His life and death were no longer under his control, and even his freedom was restricted. Therefore, in terms of hatred, Pang Guang's hatred for Yang Kai couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the solitary void sea. Bing Yun! Qi suddenly shouted. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. As if sensing his suppressed anger, even the sea began to churn for no apparent reason. The waves rose more than 100 feet high. You're in such a hurry. Where do you want to go? Bing Yun stood alone and looked up at Qi. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed his boundless pressure and said indifferently, "This queen is free to go wherever she wants. City Lord Master doesn't need to care about this." Qi's face sank and he coldly snorted. "Bing Yun, do you want to leave this place? Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Bing Yun said with a cold face, as if she didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with him. "You really want to leave this place?" Although Qi had already guessed it, when he saw Bing Yun admit it, he couldn't help but feel angry and bitter. He felt like he was abandoned by Bing Yun for no reason, and this feeling made him uncomfortable. He suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, "Bing Yun, you and I both know that leaving this place is just wishful thinking, so why force it? This king can let bygones be bygones. As long as you are willing to come back and marry this king, you can live freely in this solitary void-sealed world from now on. Isn't that perfect?" Bing Yun shook her head and said, "You know that this is just wishful thinking, so why force it? I don't want to be your enemy, and I don't want to be your enemy. Go back." Qi said angrily, "Why are you so stubborn? Aren't you afraid that this king will bury all of you in the sea?" Chapter 2401. As soon as he said this, the faces of Ling Yinqin and the others changed drastically. Now that two of the strongest masters in the solitary void-sealed world had gathered here, and it looked like they were about to fight at any moment, how could they not be terrified? When immortals fought, mortals would suffer. If they really fought here, everyone would be involved. At that time, would Ice Heart Pavilion's pavilion master have the time to care about their lives? If they were careless, they would all be smashed to pieces. On the other side, hearing Qi's threat, Bing Yun said coldly, "Qi, this queen doesn't want to be your enemy, not because I'm afraid of you. If you continue to be so aggressive, don't blame this queen for being impolite." Qi narrowed his eyes, which were spewing flames of anger. He had known Bing Yun for so many years, but he had never heard Bing Yun speak to him in such a tone. In the past, even if she was impatient, she would not show it too obviously. Bing Yun had always been extremely cold and did not show her emotions, but today, for some reason, her words were so sharp, and from her tone, it was as if she could do anything to him. This made Qi a little angry. He had always suppressed Bing Yun, and although their cultivations were basically the same, because of the different cultivation resources they had, Bing Yun was becoming weaker and weaker as time passed. He felt that he would eventually succeed in subduing Bing Yun and make her his exclusive property. But now this woman, who he regarded as his exclusive property, dared to resist him. How could Qi tolerate this? It seems that you want this king to capture you, Qi said with a sullen face. He secretly made up his mind that today, even if he had to risk getting injured, he had to teach Bingyun a lesson. He had to let her know the difference in strength between them. Yang Kai, take them away first. Bingyun did not say anything more and quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded and gave Bingyun a few high-grade 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan pills that he had refined a few days ago. He said in a low voice, Junior will wait for Senior's arrival in front. He wasn't worried about Bingyun's safety at all. With the help of his 10 million high-grade source crystals, Bingyun must have recovered to her peak. With a few high-grade 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan pills as a foundation, how could Qi compete with her? Bingyun can't lose. After saying that, Yang Kai hurriedly signaled to Ling Yinqin and the others with his eyes. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and urged the ship forward. Qi didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and the others, nor did he try to stop them. He just stood there in the air, quietly staring at Bingyun. For him, as long as he could stop Bingyun, he would be able to do anything. It didn't matter if the others were dead or alive. Above the sea, the Emperor's pressure filled the air. The thick and substantial pressure collided with each other, setting off waves. The power of principle fluctuated at the same time, causing the sky to change color. Pang Guang, who was standing behind Qi, instantly felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His face turned pale, even though he was also from the Emperor realm. But there was still a big gap between him and Qi and Bingyun. These two top masters hadn't even made a move yet. But Pang Guang was already showing signs of being unable to withstand their pressure. He was shocked. Only now did he realize how big the difference was between the people from the Emperor realm and him. Realizing that there was no point in continuing to stay, Pang Guang raised his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai and the others left. His figure flickered, and he was about to chase after them. He definitely couldn't intervene in the battle here, so he could only set his sights on Yang Kai and find an opportunity to take revenge. But just as he moved, Frozen Cloud suddenly pointed a finger at him from afar. The finger came down. There was no trace of it, but an extremely cold concept suddenly spread out and shrouded Pang Guang. Pang Guang inexplicably felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The aura was so cold that it felt like it could even freeze his soul, making him unable to move forward or retreat for a moment. If he was at his peak, he might be able to fight back, but he was seriously injured and had yet to recover. How could he resist Bingyun's suppression? In despair and horror he hurriedly shouted, City Lord Master, save me! Qi didn't intend to ignore him. Seeing Bingyun make a move, he quickly waved his sleeve, and a wave of heat swept across the sky, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. Pang Guang suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He hurriedly urged his strength to retreat more than 10 kilometers away. Only then did he gasp for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. In front of this king, you still have the mind to deal with others? Bingyun, don't look down on others. Qi shouted angrily. Bingyun's pretty face sank as she said in surprise, You've been hiding your strength all this time. Although they only fought for a moment, Bingyun still noticed that Qi had been hiding his strength all this time. Every time he fought with her for that cup of spirit tea, he didn't use his full strength. Only now did he reveal his true strength. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. She was glad that she met a lucky star like Yang Kai, who gave her 10 million high-rank source crystals at once to restore her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a chance of winning this battle. You seem to have recovered your strength too? Qi was also surprised. Today, he had chased after Bingyun with the intention of crushing her with absolute superiority and forcing her to submit to him. But now, it seemed that if they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Realizing this, Qi expression couldn't help but become somewhat unsightly. Although both of them were a little surprised, they were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters after all. Their mental fortitude wasn't bad, so they quickly calmed down. Bingyun looked past Qi and at the pale-faced Pang Guang. She clenched her jade hand slightly, and a snow-white sword suddenly appeared in her hand. This sword was just like her, pure and flawless, crystal clear, like the most beautiful work of art in the world, without the slightest trace of murderous intent. With the sword in hand, Bing Yun's aura erupted and she slashed down at Pang Guang from a distance, shouting, "Clear sky snowfall." As the sword slashed down, the world changed color, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. Icy laws and concepts instantly spread out, and the churning seawater above the sea froze into ice in the next moment. It was snowing in the sky. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers sprinkled down, covering the entire world in white in an instant. It was a magnificent sight. Pang Guang, who bore the brunt of the snowflakes, didn't react at all. He just stared blankly at the beautiful scenery, as if he was completely immersed in it. An intoxicated look appeared on his face, and he even stretched out his hand to catch the snowflakes floating in the air. Frost quickly formed on his exposed skin and hair, and his whole body showed signs of being frozen. Great sun like heaven! At this moment, Chi-Ri shouted angrily, and a dazzling round sun suddenly rose in the world of ice and snow. This round sun brought with it an unparalleled amount of heat, scattering the snow and ice in the sky, and melting the sea in the blink of an eye. The two forces of completely different attributes collided in the sea territory, within a 100-kilometer radius, and they quickly dissipated. This contest actually ended in a draw. Pang Guang finally awoke from his stupor, recalling the beautiful scene from a moment ago. Bean-sized beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead and kept dripping down. How could he not know that he had just walked through the gates of hell? If it weren't for Chi-Ri's help at the critical moment, he would have been dead. Even though Pang Guang was furious that a peak master like Bing Yun had attacked him without saying a single word, Pang Guang also knew why. Bing Yun was obviously afraid that he would chase after Kai Yang and the others, so she made the first move to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased in the direction Kai Yang and the others had left. He couldn't intervene in this battle at all. Just watching was enough to put his life in danger. If he really intervened, wouldn't he die quickly? The only thing he could do now was to chase after Yang Kai and the others and distract Bing Yun. He couldn't defeat Bing Yun, but how could he not defeat Yang Kai and the others? As long as he could capture those people, he could make Bing Yun hesitate, and even make her surrender. When that time came, Chi-Ri would be happy, and his future would be better. "You want to leave?" Bing Yun saw Pang Guang's movement, and knew what he was planning. She gritted her teeth, and pointed her sword in the air. A white ice flower suddenly shot out from the tip of her sword, and rushed toward Pang Guang. The ice flower quickly bloomed halfway, as if it wanted to swallow Pang Guang whole. A figure flashed, and Chi-Ri suddenly appeared in front of the ice flower. He punched down, and the violent fist energy slammed into the ice flower, causing it to shatter into pieces. "With this king here, you still have the mind to deal with others?" Chi-Ri sneered. "It seems that this king is really underestimated by you." Bing Yun frowned and watched Pang Guang disappear, but she couldn't do anything. Chi-Ri alone required her full attention, so she didn't have the energy to deal with Pang Guang. She took a deep breath, and her full breasts rose and fell slightly. In the next moment, her anxious and worried expression suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a cold and determined look. She knew that if she wanted to chase after Pang Guang, she had to deal with Chi-Ri first. In order to deal with Chi-Ri, she had to do her best and couldn't relax or be negligent. Seeing Bing Yun's change, Chi-Ri praised her in his heart, but he said, "Bing Yun, that ship's people died because of you. If you know what's good for you, surrender now, and this king will treat you well in the future." He sentenced Yang Kai and the others to death with one sentence. His main purpose was to disturb Bing Yun's state of mind. But Bing Yun didn't care at all. Her long sword shook, and the cold law of ice filled the air again, directly enveloping him. Chi-Ri was so angry that he shouted, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He used the divine technique to fight Bing Yun. In an instant, the two figures moved back and forth above the sea. Principles collided, and the world collapsed. Above the sea, waves rolled, and the world energy within 1,000 kilometers trembled. This was a life-and-death battle between two Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a scene was rare in the entire star boundary. What was even rarer was that the two were not only equal in strength, but their divine technique also countered each other. This made the battle even more thrilling. Chapter 2402. Even Yang Kai and the others, who had already run far away, could clearly feel the aftermath of the explosion. All of them were shocked, and Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Pavilion disciples were even more worried for their honored master's safety. They didn't know that Bing Yin had already regained her peak strength, but they knew that their honored master had always been wary of Qi Ri. Now that the two were fighting, they didn't know who would win. "Someone's chasing us." Lu Xianyin suddenly pointed behind her and shouted. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, frowning. "Why didn't you stop him?" He thought that with Bing Yin's current condition, she could definitely kill Pang Guang right under Qi Ri's nose. After all, Pang Guang was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was seriously injured. How could he block Bing Yin's attack? But in fact, Pang Guang was fine, and he was chasing after them. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened on Bing Yin's side that caused Pang Guang to slip through the net, but it seemed that they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. If they wanted to leave, they would have to kill Pang Guang first. "It's that guy from the Emperor Realm." Ling Yinqin saw Pang Guang's face and couldn't help but turn pale. She didn't know Pang Guang's name, but he came with Qi Ri just now, so they were obviously not friends. The difference between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was like heaven and earth. Anyone from the Emperor Realm could easily destroy this ship. Seeing Pang Guang chasing after them, everyone looked nervously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. At first glance, Ling Yinqin and the others couldn't help but be stunned because Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. He just stood there with a calm expression. Not only that, instead, he had a mocking expression on his face, as if he wasn't from the Emperor Realm, but a piece of trash who had come to die. "You guys go first, I'll catch up in a while," Yang Kai told Ling Yinqin and the others before turning around and leaping away. "Brother!" Lu Xianyin had a worried expression on her face. She seemed to want to stay behind with Yang Kai to fight the enemy, but her strength was too low. At the same time, she was afraid that she would become a burden to Yang Kai, so her expression was very conflicted. "Brother Yang, let me help you." She had the strength of a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so if she went all out, she could exchange a few blows with a first-order Emperor Realm Master. However, she didn't know what the outcome would be, but looking at the current situation, she didn't know. Except for her, who could help Yang Kai, she couldn't count on anyone else. "You don't need to come, I'll go meet him myself. He's just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master. I don't care about him." Yang Kai turned around and flashed everyone a bright smile. Ling Yinqin and the others were dumbfounded. A powerhouse from the Emperor Realm was called a mere by Yang Kai. No one knew where he got his confidence from. "Don't worry, I'll catch up in a moment." Yang Kai grinned when he saw that Ling Yinqin and the others had no intention of leaving. After saying this, he took the initiative to leave the ship and fly towards Pang Guang. Ling Yinqin stood on the deck and hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and saying, "Let's go." "But brother, Lu Xianyin was so anxious that she started sweating. Ling Yinqin said with a sullen face, "If we stay here, we'll only distract him. Your brother is far stronger than an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. Since he's so confident, he'll be fine." Hearing her say that, Lu Xianyin suddenly remembered. At that time, they were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master outside Marsh City, and Yang Kai carried her all the way and escaped. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do anything to him. So how could Pang Guang, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, do anything to him? Thinking of this, Lu Xianyin suddenly relaxed and looked back at Yang Kai's position, secretly praying that he would be fine. Only then did she join forces with Ling Yinqin and the others to drive the ship away. Above the sea, Pang Guang suddenly stopped about 100 meters away from Yang Kai and glared at him angrily. However, Yang Kai was in high spirits and his eyes were as bright as stars, making him look like a celestial being. This made Pang Guang extremely unhappy, and the anger in his heart surged. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Little brat, how dare you stop and wait for me here?" Yang Kai grinned. "Since City Lord Pang wants to die, this young master will naturally grant you your wish." Pang Guang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Little brat, did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? This king is from the Emperor realm. Killing you will be as easy as breathing. So what if you're from the Emperor realm? Yang Kai curled his lips. It's not like I haven't killed someone from the Emperor realm before. Even if I lose my head, I'll still die on the spot. Pang Guang was stunned. He looked Yang Kai up and down, as if he was re-examining him. After a while he nodded. I have to say, your courage is very big, just like your tone. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai looked impatient. This young master is in a hurry. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist and the myriad sword appeared. He raised his hand and pointed it at Pang Guang, saying in a deep voice, Do you want to come here and die, or do you want me to cut you down? It's your choice. Wah! Pang Guang shouted in anger. He had never seen such an arrogant Dao Source Realm cultivator before. In the past, every Dao Source Realm cultivator would be respectful to him, not even daring to breathe loudly. He had always been the one looking down on them. Today, he was actually being looked down on by a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Pang Guang was fuming with anger. He roared, If this king doesn't skin you alive today, I swear I'm not human. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and rushed towards Yang Kai like a cannonball. His momentum was peerless, and the huge impact spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding space to explode. While in midair, he fiercely punched towards Kai Yang. In a split second, the sky was filled with fist shadows, enveloping Kai Yang's location in a nearly airtight barrier. Zheng. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light appeared and swept over. The majestic power was like a sleeping dragon waking up, and the moment it erupted, Pang Guang's whole body trembled. Hong hong hong. A loud sound rang out, and the fist shadows that filled the sky suddenly collapsed, leaving only a single sword light that slashed towards Pang Guang. Pang Guang sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed instantly. Without thinking, he hurriedly dodged to the side. The sword light brushed past him, but the rolling sword intent made his whole body ache. This little brat. How can he be so strong? Pang Guang couldn't believe what he had just seen. He had taken the initiative to attack as a cultivator from the Emperor realm, but not only did he not gain any advantage, he was almost injured by the other party. Is this still a Dao Source realm cultivator? Pang Guang couldn't wait to gouge out his eyeballs and stick them on Yang Kai's body to see if he was hiding his cultivation from the Emperor realm to play with his feelings. Before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, a ferocious smile on his face, and a fist smashed towards him. Strange principal strength lingered on this fist, making Pang Guang feel great pressure. He didn't dare to take this lightly, and also punched out, mobilizing all his strength. Hong. When the two fists collided, Pang Guang's whole body shook, and he felt an extremely strong force coming from the front. The impact made his blood and chi tumble, and he couldn't stand firmly, and was directly sent flying a few thousand meters away. On the other side, Kai Yang's body was also like a rag sack, tumbling and tumbling backwards. After all, his realm was lower than Pang Guang's, and it was commendable that they could fight evenly. Chi. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time, and stopped their momentum. After they stood still, they had different expressions. Unlike Yang Kai's calm and fighting spirit, Pang Guang's aura was greatly reduced. He found that this battle was completely different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai was actually qualified to fight with him. The last time they fought in his cave mansion was not like this. At that time, although he felt that Yang Kai was different from ordinary Dao Source realm cultivators, he didn't think that he was this strong. But in just a few days, Pang Guang found that Yang Kai's strength had increased by more than a little. Could it be the effect of the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? Pang Guang's heart shook, and he suddenly realized something. Then anger surged. That Heavenly Restoration Lotus should have been his. If he had consumed the Heavenly Restoration Lotus back then, not only would his injuries be healed, he would even be able to advance further on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, it was swallowed whole by this brat. Let me tell you a secret. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in Pang Guang's ears. Pang Guang was startled, because Yang Kai was still a few thousand meters away just a moment ago. He didn't even notice that Yang Kai had moved, but in the next moment, he was right beside him. How fast is this little brat? The moment he heard Yang Kai's voice, Pang Guang summoned his emperor artifact. It was a copper gong. When he poured his source qi into it, the copper gong buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound that seemed to be able to disturb one's mind. A dark ray of light suddenly shot out from the copper gong, heading straight for Yang Kai's waist. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. But even such a blow failed to hit Yang Kai. Pang Guang only felt a wave of space principles before Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. The next moment, his voice came from the other side. Yao Changjun, he's dead. When he heard the name Yao Changjun, Pang Guang's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously thought that Yao Changjun was nearby. His heart tightened as he heard the second half of the sentence. He blurted out, "How did he die?" "Of course, he was killed by me." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he let out a maniacal laugh. "Bullshit!" Pang Guang cursed angrily, thinking that Yang Kai was just making fun of him. He would rather believe that heaven and earth had been turned upside down and day and night could not be distinguished, than believe that Yang Kai had killed Yao Changjun. That was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even he had to retreat, so how could Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, kill him? You don't believe me? Take a look at this. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already retreated more than a dozen meters away. With a flick of his wrist, a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Pang Guang's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at the five-colored spear in shock. Then his whole body began to tremble. He had never seen this five-colored spear before, but he could feel the aura on it. This was obviously an extremely high-grade Emperor artifact. Even his copper gong was inferior to it. A person who could possess such an Emperor artifact was definitely a second-order, or third-order Emperor Realm Master. More importantly, Pang Guang actually felt Yao Changjun's aura from this five-colored spear. Chapter 2403. This five-colored spear was actually Yao Changjun's Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts were rare even in the Emperor realm. Each of them would be regarded as a treasure, and would not be easily discarded. But now, Yao Changjun's Emperor artifact had actually appeared in Yang Kai's hands. What did this mean? This meant that Yao Changjun was most likely dead. No wonder he hadn't seen Yao Changjun all this time. Ever since he came to the solitary void-sealed world, he had even seen Yang Kai, but he hadn't found any trace of Yao Changjun. Now it seemed that it wasn't that Yao Changjun had hidden himself well, but that he was no longer in this world. But how could Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm Cultivator, kill Yao Changjun? If he didn't kill him, how could this five-colored spear be in his hands? Pang Guang was confused as he stared at the five-colored spear in a daze. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, nor did he know whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Just as his mind was in shock, a chill suddenly came from behind him. This chill came without warning, and by the time Pang Guang sensed it and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A ray of light suddenly appeared, accompanied by the roar of a wild beast. Pang Guang only felt a pain in his back, and then his body was hit by a huge force, causing him to involuntarily fly forward, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Before he could regain his balance, Yang Kai had already flown over with a ferocious smile on his face. He punched towards him, a strong space force fluctuation lingering on his fist. Wherever the fist passed, it left a pitch-black mark, as if space itself had shattered. Pang Guang sucked in a breath of cold air, and forced himself to circulate his source qi. He urged the gong in front of him to protect himself. Asterisk Kong, asterisk, a loud noise rang out. The gong flashed wildly, as if the spirituality of this Emperor artifact had been damaged by this blow, causing Pang Guang to feel distressed. But this was obviously not the time to feel distressed over the loss of his Emperor artifact. Pang Guang's face turned pale as he used the recoil to quickly pull away from Yang Kai. Asterisk ci la. Asterisk, a soft sound rang out. An extremely dangerous aura lingered in his heart, and the world suddenly brightened for a moment. Then, a thin bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from a certain direction, accurately hitting Pang Guang's body. Even though Pang Guang was an expert from the Emperor realm, after being struck by this bolt of lightning, his entire body trembled violently. His hair stood on end, and a strong burnt smell came from his body. He looked extremely miserable. His eyes widened in anger as he forced himself to look to the side. In the next moment his eyes widened. On the other side, there was a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. She looked like she was carved from jade. However, his face was ice cold. He was riding on a white tiger, holding a light green bead in his hand, and looking at him coldly. Whether it was this little girl, or the white tiger under her butt, they both appeared without warning. Pang Guang did not notice how they appeared at all, and the various sneak attacks and attacks from before were undoubtedly from this person and beast. What was most unbelievable to Pang Guang was that the light green bead in the little girl's hand was actually a thunder attribute emperor artifact. He did not know if it was because the little girl's cultivation was not enough, but after activating the power of this emperor artifact, her face turned pale. It was obvious that she had consumed too much energy. What's going on? Pang Guang's mind was a little confused, and he only felt that what he saw and heard was too unbelievable. At this moment, an angry roar rang out. Pang Guang, today, this place will be your burial place. Quickly accept your death. Pang Guang was frightened and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He had aggressively chased after Kai Yang, thinking that he would be able to kill him for revenge, but he hadn't thought that he would fall into a trap. The enemy hadn't done anything yet, but he had already been beaten half to death. The white tiger-like monster beast exuded the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not to be trifled with. He might not be able to deal with it alone, not to mention that Yang Kai was watching from the side. There was no way he could fight at all. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he would not have come over. Wouldn't it be better to cheer for Chi Ri over there? For a moment, infinite regret rose in Pang Guang's heart, and he turned around to escape. Condense. Yang Kai knew his intention and shouted. Under the convergence of space principles, the space around Pang Guang suddenly became extremely sticky, making it difficult for him to move. This moment of delay determined Pang Guang's life and death. Under Lu Yan's command, the white tiger turned into a stream of light, and suddenly appeared beside Pang Guang. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Pang Guang's neck. Pang Guang was scared out of his wits. He circulated all his strength to protect his neck, so that the white tiger would not bite it off. At the same time, he struggled to get out of this predicament. Come in. Yang Kai sneered and threw the sealed world bead in his hand at Pang Guang, directly swallowing him and the white tiger Lu Yan. Then his figure flickered and he entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Pang Guang used all his strength and even self-detonated his blood essence to get rid of the white tiger. But when he turned around, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there was no sea here. He was surrounded by lush vegetation, birdsong, the fragrance of flowers and rich world energy. It was like a fairyland. Am I dead? Am I in the underworld? Cold sweat dripped down Pang Guang's forehead. Fortunately, he saw Yang Kai in the next moment and felt relieved. However, after being tormented like that, coupled with the fact that he had not yet recovered from his injuries, Pang Guang no longer had the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm. He looked like a stray dog, extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, as if he was looking at a dead man. Pang Guang's eyes flickered as he felt a great shock in the depths of his heart. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this place?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Of course it's your grave. Look at how good this young master is to you, choosing such a beautiful place for you to be buried. This is something that others can't even ask for. City Lord Pang, your family's ancestors have accumulated so much good karma that smoke is rising from their graves. Your ancestors' graves are emitting smoke," Pang Guang cursed in his heart. He was so angry that his stomach hurt, but he did not dare to curse out loud. He could only stubbornly say, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, he glanced at the white tiger with a face full of fear. He was actually not very afraid of Yang Kai. The only thing he was wary of was this white tiger exuding the Emperor realm's aura. He did not know what this thing was, but although it looked like a monster beast, it did not have the slightest fluctuation of blood energy. It was like an inanimate object, but it was vivid and lifelike. Yang Kai chuckled. Once you enter this place, your life and death are in this young master's hands. If this young master wants you to live, you will live. If this young master wants you to die, you will die. You speak as if you are the ruler of this world. Be careful not to blow your cover. Pang Guang said with disdain. Yang Kai snorted. You're right. In this place, this young master is the ruler. As he spoke, Yang Kai reached out and slapped at Pang Guang from afar. Pang Guang did not see any signs of Yang Kai activating his strength, nor did he see him use any secret technique. However, when this palm came down, he suddenly felt a great pressure descend from the sky. The pressure was so great that his bones creaked, and his straight body could not help but shrink. Pang Guang's face changed greatly as he cried out in alarm. World Force! You can actually mobilize World Force. This is impossible. Even the 10 great emperors could not mobilize World Force. No one could do this to such an extent. But in fact, Yang Kai had really mobilized World Force and placed it on his body, making it impossible for him to even move a finger. Pang Guang's eyes trembled violently as a look of inexplicable horror appeared on his face. Under the suppression of this great force, he could not summon the slightest bit of strength, and felt as if he would be crushed to pieces at any moment, causing him to panic. He wanted to resist, but he could not summon the slightest bit of strength. Don't kill him, give this to me. A thunderous voice suddenly came from the side, causing Pang Guang's eardrums to go numb. In a daze, Pang Guang raised his head and was instantly stunned. Not far from him, there was a huge humanoid stone giant sitting cross-legged, staring at him with a pair of eyes larger than a house. The voice just now was made by this stone giant. Pang Guang's feet were cramping. It was not that he did not notice the stone giant before, but he thought it was just a small mountain, so he did not pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that this guy was actually alive and could even speak? Moreover, the way it looked at him was like a hungry wolf that had seen a piece of fat meat, glowing with a green light, making Pang Guang feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at the embodiment. Why are you doing this? Isn't it too inhumane? The embodiment chuckled and said, It's only once in a while. You've killed so many people in the Emperor realm, but I haven't seen you throw one in here. Now that I've come across one, I can't just let it go. Yang Kai thought for a while and nodded. Then do as you wish. After saying so, he turned his head and looked at Pang Guang with a sympathetic look on his face. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he left the small sealed world. Hey boy, where did you go? What inhumane? Explain it to me clearly. Pang Guang shouted. He did not know why, but an extremely uneasy feeling lingered in the depths of his heart. This feeling gave him an illusion that was worse than death, and he was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not know what this stone giant wanted to do to him, but judging from Yang Kai's words and the look in his eyes before he left, he knew that his encounter would not be good. Just as Pang Guang was panicking, he suddenly felt that the light above his head was blocked. He looked up and saw a huge palm coming towards him. Pang Guang immediately shouted, Stop! The embodiment was unmoved. He reached out and lifted Pang Guang up, then threw him in the palm of his hand and said in a muffled voice, Close your eyes. Children should not look, it will leave a psychological shadow. Pang Guang. The embodiment's expression turned solemn, and he shouted in a low voice, Heaven-devouring great emperor. Battle law. Chapter 2404. Lu Qianyan and the rest all stood on the deck and looked up. Everyone's face was filled with deep worry. Suddenly, Ling Yinqin seemed to have noticed something, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She pointed in a certain direction and said, Someone's coming. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun, Fan Xian, and the others were also shocked and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a ray of light rushing towards them. Prepare for the worst and get ready to fight. Ling Yinqin shouted. With this order, everyone's expression turned serious, and they secretly circulated their source qi. It would be best if the person coming was Yang Kai, but if it was Pang Guang, then they would have to fight to the death. After a short while the ray of light was not far away. Lu Xianyun cried out happily, "It's brother, it's brother!" When she saw that the figure hidden in the light was Kai Yang, she felt as if a large stone had been lifted from her heart. She felt her whole body relax. When Yang Kai landed on the deck, everyone greeted him with joy and asked about his well-being, especially Lu Xianyun. She looked Yang Kai up and down, worried that he was missing an arm or a leg. But after looking around, they found that not only was Yang Kai unscathed, but he was even in high spirits. They were all at a loss for a moment. After all, Yang Kai had stayed behind to fight Pang Guang. Even if he could escape unscathed from the Emperor realm, he shouldn't be in such good condition, right? "Where's that Pang Guang guy?" Ling Yinqin asked suspiciously. At the same time, she looked in the direction Yang Kai had come from, afraid that Pang Guang would appear again. "He's dead, don't worry." Yang Kai grinned. "Dead?" Ling Yinqin's beautiful eyes widened. She cried out involuntarily, "How did he die?" As soon as she asked the question, she knew she was being silly. Yang Kai had stayed behind to deal with Pang Guang. And now that Yang Kai had returned, Pang Guang was dead. How else could he have died? It was obvious that Yang Kai had killed him. Realizing this, Ling Yinqin's heart was filled with shock. Although she had seen Yang Kai kill Dao Source Realm Masters as easily as chopping vegetables, she had never expected him to be able to kill even those from the Emperor realm. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation method and secret technique did he cultivate? What kind of artifact did he possess that allowed him to achieve such a feat? Yang Kai said, "That guy was already seriously injured, so his strength was greatly reduced, but he still thought he was so great, so he died." Hearing his explanation, Ling Yinqin inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "So Pang Guang was injured to begin with. No wonder he was killed by Yang Kai. If even the Emperor realm at full strength isn't Yang Kai's opponent. That was too inconceivable." But even so, Ling Yinqin couldn't deny Yang Kai's strength. An injured the Emperor realm was still the Emperor realm. And as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. But Yang Kai was still able to kill him. He was definitely the most outstanding Dao Source Realm Master she had ever seen in her life. "Alchemist Yang, where's my honored master?" Fan Xian asked worriedly. "Did you see the situation on her side?" Yang Kai glanced at her and comforted her. "You don't have to worry about Senior Bing Yin. She will definitely be fine. Let's keep going, Senior Bing Yin will catch up with us." Seeing him so confident, Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Pavilion disciples inexplicably felt more confident, feeling that their honored master definitely wouldn't have any problems dealing with Qi Ri. Soon, everyone entered the cabin and continued to sail forward. For the next few days, it could be said to be calm. Occasionally, they would encounter a few ignorant sea beasts that came to harass them, but under Yang Kai's leadership, they were easily repelled or killed. By now, they were already far away from Clear Sky Island. They had already reached the depths of the solitary void sea, but after a few days, Bing Yin was nowhere to be seen. This made Fan Xian and the others anxious, wondering if something had happened to their honored master. Yang Kai was also puzzled. Logically speaking, Bing Yin had already recovered to her peak condition, and she had several high-rank 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills that he had refined. How could she possibly lose to Qi Ri? He originally thought that Bing Yin would quickly make Qi Ri retreat and then come back to join them. But now, it seemed that the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Qi Ri seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he had expected. Yang Kai had already learned the location of the exit of the sealed world from Bing Yin. So even if Bing Yin didn't come back, he had the ability to bring everyone out. But Bing Yin was Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, and she came from the same star territory as him, so there was some relationship between them. Yang Kai didn't want to abandon her here. Deep in his heart, he still hoped to see her leave this place with him and return to the star boundary. He had been staying on the deck for the past few days. First, he was guarding against the sea beasts in the sea, and second, he wanted to see Bing Yin's trace as soon as possible. For 5 days, Yang Kai didn't get what he wanted. On this day, He was looking into the distance from the deck when Fan Xian suddenly rushed out of the cabin and said anxiously, "Alchemist Yang. What's wrong?" Yang Kai was startled when he saw her expression. He didn't know what had happened to make her so anxious. Fan Xian said anxiously, "Honored Master sent a message for help. She's in trouble." While speaking, she handed the communication artifact in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed and he quickly took it. After checking it with his divine sense, and confirming that Fan Xian was telling the truth, he quickly turned around and jumped into the sea. At the same time he said, "I'll go pick her up." Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shuttled back and forth. Fan Xian wanted to go with Yang Kai, but before she could say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. 3,000 kilometers away from the ship, a faint light was flying over the sea. The light was flickering, as if it could disappear at any time. Wrapped in the light was the figure of a young girl. It was none other than Bing Yun. However, at this moment, Frozen Cloud looked extremely miserable. Her originally pure white clothes were dyed red with blood, and her beautiful face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The energy fluctuations in her delicate body were intermittent, and she looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, she rarely encountered such a crisis. It could be said that this was the most serious injury she had ever suffered since she reached the Emperor realm. There was no place to stop on the sea. The sea beasts below seemed to be attracted by the smell of blood, and chased after her like maggots. As time passed, more and more sea beasts gathered. She struggled to fly forward, but in the end, when she couldn't hold on any longer, she sent a message to her disciple for help. The last trace of energy in her body was squeezed dry. Bing Yun looked up at the endless sea, and felt a touch of desolation in her heart. She had worked so hard all the way from Hung Luo Star Field to the Star Boundary. She had cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm, but today, she was going to be eaten by fish. This way of dying was a little too shabby. However, at this moment of life and death, her expression was still cold and resolute. She didn't panic at all, as if she wasn't facing death, but a journey of life. The flickering light finally shattered. Bing Yun no longer had the strength to fly forward. Her body swayed slightly, and she fell into the sea upside down. The sea beasts that had been chasing her down below seemed to have foreseen something. They all became excited and stirred up the sea. They all opened their bloody mouths, ready to welcome the food. Just as Frozen Cloud was about to fall into a beast's mouth, a figure suddenly appeared below Frozen Cloud. He reached out and caught her. Then with a tap of his foot he leapt up. Yang Kai saw at a glance that Bing Yun's current situation was worrying. His hand was cold and wet. He couldn't help but frown. How did she end up like this? He didn't expect that after the battle between Bing Yun and Qi Ri, she would end up in such a miserable state. He didn't know whether Qi Ri was alive or dead. But if Bing Yun was in such a state, Qi Ri wouldn't be any better. Even if he wasn't dead, he probably wouldn't have the strength to continue chasing. Being held in Yang Kai's arms, Bing Yun opened her weak eyelids and glanced at him. She seemed to understand that she was saved by Yang Kai. She quickly cast a grateful look at him and said weakly, "I need to heal. Take me back." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Obviously she was extremely weak. If Yang Kai wasn't close enough to her, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. "Senior, don't worry. Just focus on healing." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that Bing Yun had closed her beautiful eyes and had lost consciousness. Yang Kai frowned and turned around to head back to the ship. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai returned to the ship. Fan Xian and the others had been waiting anxiously on the deck. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai carrying Bing Yun back, and not knowing whether Bing Yun was dead or alive, their hearts were in chaos and their pretty faces turned pale. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior's life isn't in danger, she's just too weak. I gave her a few healing spirit pills. Junior sister Fan, take Senior back to the cabin and take good care of her." Okay. Fan Xian had no idea what to do at this moment. She did whatever Yang Kai said. After taking Bing Yun from Yang Kai, she hurriedly brought her honored master into the cabin with a few Ice Heart Pavilion disciples, and carefully arranged for her. After they left, Ling Yinchin walked up and asked, "What about Qi Ri? Do you know Qi Ri's current situation?" Yang Kai shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I didn't see him, but since Senior Bing Yun is in such a state, Qi Ri's situation is likely to be grim. Don't worry, he won't chase after us." Hearing this, Ling Yinchin breathed a sigh of relief. If Qi Ri had chased after them at this time, the people on the ship wouldn't have been able to stop him. Although Yang Kai killed Pang Guang, if he really faced Qi Ri, there was no chance of survival. Qi Ri was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The ship continued to sail. Because of Bing Yun's unexpected injury, everyone's mood seemed to be a little low. The few people from Ice Heart Pavilion had disappeared for a few days, taking care of Bing Yun in the ship's cabin. Yang Kai didn't rashly disturb them. This was a critical period for Bing Yun's recovery. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, she definitely had her own healing methods, so he didn't need to worry about her. Chapter 2405. After a full 3 days, Bing Yun woke up. The first thing she did was ask Fan Xian to call Yang Kai in for a chat. Inside the room, Yang Kai knocked on the door, pushed it open and entered. Bing Yun was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face still pale and her aura weak. After 3 days of recuperation, she was much better, but it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile and waved, "Come here." Yang Kai walked to the bedside and asked with concern, "Senior, how are you feeling?" Bing Yun said weakly, "I'm fine, but I need to slowly recuperate. I really have to thank you this time." If Yang Kai hadn't arrived in time at the critical moment, she might have been eaten by the fish. This was definitely not the way she wanted to die. A powerhouse like her would rather die at the hands of another powerhouse than be swallowed by a sea beast. Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't do anything. Senior was able to return safely because of her own strength." He paused for a moment and asked nervously, "Is Qi Ri dead or alive?" Bing Yun said faintly, "He's dead." Sure enough, although Yang Kai had expected that Qi Ri's fate wouldn't be any better, now that he heard Bing Yun personally confirm his death, he was relieved. Now that Qi Ri was dead, no one could stop them from leaving the solitary void-sealed world. The only danger left was the dangers hidden in this sea, and as long as they could safely cross it, they would be able to reach the exit. "We were able to win this battle thanks to the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil you refined." Bing Yun looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Qi Ri's true strength was on par with mine. If it weren't for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil you refined, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. I couldn't kill him at the last moment, so I really have to thank you." She opened her mouth to express her gratitude once again. Clearly, it was from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the key to victory would be the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil that he had prepared for Bing Yun. At that time, he had only refined it as a precaution. But now, it seemed that it had been a wise decision. If Bing Yun didn't have the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil, she might not even be able to come back. Even if she could kill Qi Ri, she would probably be dragged down with her. "I won't be able to use my power for the time being. Otherwise, I might leave behind some hidden dangers. So you'll have to be careful for the rest of the journey. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't help you," Frozen Cloud said seriously. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry and recuperate. I will bring you all out." A gratified smile appeared on Bing Yun's pale face. "You are a very reliable person. Then I'll wait for the good news." Bing Yun still had to recuperate, so Yang Kai didn't stay with her for too long. After chatting for a while, he took the initiative to leave. 2 days later, when the miraculous sight of waterspouts appeared on the surface of the sea, Yang Kai summoned the Sea King's shuttle and moved everyone onto it. They wanted to leave the solitary void-sealed world. The Sea King's shuttle was definitely the most crucial part, because only by relying on it could they reach the exit. The Sea King's shuttle had been completely refined by Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was familiar with all kinds of restrictions and spirit arrays, so it wasn't difficult for him to navigate it. Unlike the ship, the Sea King's shuttle sailed under the sea. It was precisely because it sailed under the sea that it could avoid the waterspouts that were everywhere on the surface of the sea. The Sea King shuttle's speed was definitely not slow. In fact, it was even faster than Yang Kai's ship. Sangda's unknown master had put a lot of effort into refining the Sea King shuttle. He had inscribed countless practical and simple arrays on it, so even under the sea, the shuttle was still able to move. Even under the sea, the people inside the shuttle could still clearly see the scenery and wonders around them through the reflections of some of the spirit arrays. It was just that the light under the sea wasn't very good, so they couldn't see very far. The colorful schools of fish and the large and small sea beasts shuttling back and forth made the people on the ship study them with great interest for several days. Although Ling Yinqin and the others had been out at sea all year round, they had never seen the scenery under the sea. Now that they saw it, they naturally enjoyed it. There were no bumps along the way. Occasionally, some sea beasts would come looking for trouble, but they were all bombarded by the spirit stone cannons installed on the Sea King shuttle. The spirit stone cannons were very powerful, but their consumption wasn't small either. One shot cost 10,000 mid-rank source crystals. However, Yang Kai didn't lack source crystals, so Jiao Yi, who was in charge of the spirit stone cannons, was very happy to fire. Any sea beasts that dared to invade were beaten to a pulp. The weaker ones were directly blasted into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. The stronger ones could only cover their heads and flee, unable to get close to the Sea King shuttle. Everyone was in a good mood after the smooth sailing. They had been sailing under the sea for a month now, and no one knew how far they had traveled. However, they still hadn't reached the exit, so they couldn't help but feel anxious and uneasy. On this day, Yang Kai, who was correcting the course, suddenly heard a cracking sound. He was startled and immediately released his divine sense to investigate. Beside him, Ling Yinqin's beautiful face also changed and she hurriedly asked, "Brother Yang, our Sea King shuttle, did it crack? Why did I hear something?" Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "It did crack." Ling Yinqin was shocked and asked, "Then what should we do? If the Sea King shuttle is destroyed, we won't have anywhere to run." They were deep in the sea. If the Sea King shuttle was destroyed, they might not be able to fly to the surface. Even if they were lucky enough to fly to the surface, the omnipresent and powerful waterspouts would become their graves. That was a barrier that even Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters couldn't cross. So how could Dao Source Realm cultivators like them be safe? "Don't worry, we can still hold on for a while." Although Yang Kai was comforting Ling Yinqin, he wasn't confident either. After all, this Sea King shuttle wasn't made by him, so he didn't know how long it could last. "How far are we from the exit now?" Ling Yinqin asked. "I'm not sure, but we shouldn't be far." Yang Kai pointed to the spirit array around them and said, "Have you noticed? Since yesterday, there have been fewer and fewer sea beasts around here. I haven't seen a single sea beast in the past 2 hours. Also, the pressure around here is getting stronger and stronger, and there's an abnormal flow of water that seems to be gathering in a certain direction. As long as we follow the flow, we should be able to reach the exit smoothly." Ling Yinqin looked at him and asked, "Are you confident?" 70%. Yang Kai said seriously. Ling Yinqin gently nodded and didn't say anything else. She knew that since they had already reached this point, there was no point in saying anything. The only thing they could do now was to pray that the Sea King shuttle wouldn't be destroyed before they reached the exit. When the others heard the conversation between the two, they also realized the seriousness of the problem. The atmosphere in the shuttle suddenly became solemn, and everyone looked nervous as they secretly prayed in their hearts. Yang Kai controlled the Sea King shuttle to turn around and follow the flow of water. Half a day later, another series of cracking sounds came from somewhere in the shuttle, causing everyone's already tense nerves to become even more uneasy. As the Sea King shuttle moved forward, the surrounding seawater flowed more and more violently, and the pressure grew stronger and stronger. The cracking sounds continued to ring out. Yang Kai's mind was still connected to the Sea King shuttle, and he noticed that it was getting more and more damaged. Seeing that it could only hold on for half a day at most, he cursed Sangda's dead master in his heart. That old man must have been too careless when refining it, and actually refined a defective product. It was really a disaster. However, since they had already come this far, there was no turning back. Young Kai could only concentrate on driving the Sea King shuttle forward at full speed. Half a day later, Young Kai, who was paying close attention to the surrounding movements, suddenly became excited. Looking at one of the spirit array projections, he exclaimed, "We're here!" When he shouted, everyone followed his gaze and looked at the spirit array projection. Over there, in the depths of the sea, there was a huge whirlpool spinning wildly. This whirlpool was so fierce that it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. Just looking at it made people feel suffocated. If they really rushed into it, who knew if they would die without even their bones remaining? "Brother Yang, this is the exit?" Ling Yinqin's pretty face turned pale as she gulped and asked. Yang Kai didn't answer, and instead turned his gaze to Bing Yin, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Bing Yin nodded and said, "This is the exit. If we rush in, we can leave the solitary void-sealed world." She made such a solemn vow, dispelling everyone's doubts. Even though they didn't know where she got the information about the exit, Bing Yin was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. It was impossible for her to deceive them. "I can also feel the space force fluctuations in this whirlpool," Yang Kai added. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so he could naturally perceive more things than others. The inside of this huge whirlpool seemed to be connected to another space, making it impossible for his divine sense to detect the situation on the other side. The location of this exit is connected to a random place. When we go out later, we may arrive at any location in the star boundary. We may encounter danger, so be careful, Bing Yin exhorted. Understood. Lu Xianyun and the others nodded heavily. Kacha. At this moment, a burst of clear and crisp sounds suddenly came from all directions, densely packed and continuous. When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically. Yang Kai even exclaimed, "Not good, the Sea King shuttle is about to collapse." Saying so, he used all his strength to control the Sea King shuttle and rush into the whirlpool. As soon as they entered the whirlpool, the Sea King shuttle was driven by a huge force and began to spin. This artifact that Master Sangda had spent his entire life refining was also shattered at this moment, breaking the connection between it and Yang Kai. Screams rang out as Fan Xian and the others turned pale with fright. They all thought that all their efforts would be in vain, and that they would be buried here. At the critical moment, a powerful force suddenly radiated out, turning into an invisible force that enveloped everyone and resisted the strangling force coming from all directions. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yin with a solemn expression. She urged the Emperor Qi in her tender body to protect everyone as her figure flickered, and rushed into the center of the whirlpool with everyone. Chapter 2406. Somewhere in the star boundary, above the sea, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared strangely. This whirlpool appeared without warning, but when it appeared, it stirred up the seawater within a radius of 100 kilometers. It was so powerful that the surrounding sea beasts scattered like birds. Then from the whirlpool, a number of figures suddenly shot out and scattered in all directions. There were men and women among these people, and their cultivations were uneven. All of them looked as if they had encountered a huge disaster. Their faces were pale and filled with lingering fear. Suddenly appearing above the sea, everyone seemed to be in a daze as they looked around blankly. These people were naturally Yang Kai, and the others who had escaped from the solitary void-sealed world. When the Sea King shuttle collapsed, Bing Yin used her powerful Emperor Qi to protect everyone. Only then was she able to bring everyone out at the last moment. Otherwise, no more than 3 people would have been able to escape from this group. Wah! Bing Yin opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that the forced use of her Emperor Qi just now had aggravated her previous injuries. Fan Xian and the others all turned pale and went forward to check on the situation. Yang Kai also hurried over and asked nervously, "Senior, are you okay?" Bing Yin waved her hand and said nothing. She sat cross-legged in midair and made a hand seal to circulate her secret art. Seeing that she was in an urgent position to treat her injuries, Yang Kai hurriedly said. Everyone spread out and guard the surroundings. Don't let Senior be disturbed. Hearing this, everyone quickly spread out around Bing Yun. Brother, have we left that place? Lu Xianyin moved closer to Yang Kai and asked uncertainly. Because this place was still the vast sea. She didn't know whether this was the star boundary or the solitary void sealed world. If they couldn't leave, then they might have to stay in the solitary void sealed world for the rest of their lives. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether this was the solitary void sealed world or not. But soon, he tried to absorb the surrounding world energy and found that there was no obstruction. Yang Kai was overjoyed and said, This is not the solitary void sealed world. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Yang Kai smiled. The world energy here is thinner than in the solitary void sealed world. And the most important thing is that there is no strange disruption force. The solitary void sealed world was filled with disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy. They could only rely on special spirit purifying arrays. But here, Yang Kai could easily absorb the surrounding world energy, which was the best proof that he had left the solitary void sealed world. He really left. Lu Xianyin was overjoyed. Ling Yinqin and the others heard their conversation. Their faces were also filled with disbelief. They had lived in the solitary void sealed world for so many years, but they had never thought that they would be able to leave and return to the star boundary one day. But now this impossible wish had actually come true. This made Ling Yinqin and the others feel like they had been reborn, and they were all so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If this isn't the solitary void sealed world, then what is this place? Lu Xianyin asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, There are 4 territories in the astral boundary. Aside from the Western Territory, every territory has a sea, but I'm guessing that this is the Northern Territory. Why? Lu Xianyin looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing how he came to this conclusion. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Haven't you noticed that this place is abnormally cold? The Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory rarely have such an environment. Only the Northern Territory, which is covered in ice and snow all year round, would be so cold. Although it was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't too far from the truth. He had set off from Thousand Leaves sect with the intention of going to the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect to find Yin Lisheng and inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. But he hadn't expected that he hadn't even reached the Eastern Territory yet. He had actually come to the Northern Territory. The heavens were truly unpredictable, and fate was playing with people. Brother Yang, you're saying that this is the Northern Territory? Fan Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked excitedly. It's just a guess, but I don't know if it's true or not. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Our sect is in the Northern Territory. Fan Xian and the other senior sisters looked at each other and cheered. They had been accepted as disciples by Bing Yun in the solitary void sealed world. And although they claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion, Bing Yun had already told Fan Xian and the others about her origins. They all knew that their honored master was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. Fan Xian and the others had an almost pious yearning for the sect they had never been to, hoping that one day they could return to live with their honored master. However, they had been trapped in the solitary void sealed world for a long time, so this wish had never been fulfilled. Now that they had escaped and arrived in the Northern Territory, Fan Xian and the others were naturally very excited. Someone's coming. We'll know if this is the Northern Territory after asking. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Only then did everyone realize that there was a group of people flying over from that direction. When they arrived, they saw that the group was led by an elderly man, and there were about a dozen people in total. The elderly man had white hair and a gloomy expression, and for some reason, he was looking at Yang Kai and the others with some hostility. The men and women who followed him also looked indignant, as if Yang Kai and the others had offended them. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. However, he didn't dare to be careless because the elderly man didn't hide his aura, and the energy fluctuations that leaked out showed that this person was a First Order Emperor Realm Master. The dozen people who followed him were all Dao Source Realm masters, and there was no lack of third-order masters among them. Such a force was definitely not small, and it was very likely that they were from a great sect. Yang Kai secretly shivered. He wasn't afraid of these people. If there was a conflict, he could just run away if he couldn't beat them. However, Lu Xianyun and the others wouldn't be able to escape so easily, not to mention that Bing Yun was still healing and couldn't be disturbed. Thinking so, he quickly went up to the elderly man and cupped his fists. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. How should I address Senior? His tone was very polite because he thought that this might be someone else's territory, and there was no benefit in offending them, who knew that the elderly man wouldn't give him any face at all, and his nose was pointed to the sky. He shouted in a low voice, "This king is Immaculate Island's Vice Island Master Jiang Zhouzi. Who are you and why are you here?" It was Yang Kai's first time here, and he didn't even know if this was the Northern Territory. So how could he have heard of Immaculate Island? However, since this Immaculate Island had a Vice Island Master from the Emperor Realm like Jiang Zhouzi, their strength couldn't be too weak. At the very least, they should have an Island Master who was stronger than Jiang Zhouzi. So it's Island Master Jiang. This junior has been rude. We just happened to pass by this place. We didn't mean to disturb you, so please forgive us, Island Master Jiang. Yang Kai replied politely, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. You didn't mean to disturb us? Before Jiang Zhouzi could say anything, a woman in a red dress standing behind him suddenly sneered. This woman was quite pretty, and her body was curvaceous. However, her face was not perfect. Her cheekbones were a little high, and she looked a little mean. It was unknown why she was so agitated, but she angrily shouted at Yang Kai. You suddenly appeared here and scared away the blue infant beast. Yet you dare say you didn't mean to disturb us? You must be blind. This red-robed woman seemed to be relying on the Emperor Realm's support, so she didn't put Yang Kai and the others in her eyes at all, and began to lecture them arrogantly. This caused Ling Yinchin and the others' expressions to darken. Blue infant beast? Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had heard of this blue infant beast before. It was a type of monster beast that lived in the depths of the sea. Its cry was a little like the cry of a baby, and because its entire body was ice blue, it was called the blue infant beast. The blue infant beast was a 12th order monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a master from the Emperor Realm. Moreover, the blue infant beast was extremely rare, but its monster core was priceless. It had the effect of strengthening one's divine sense and allowing a cultivator's thoughts to flow smoothly. If it could be refined into a pill, if a cultivator consumed it while cultivating a secret technique or divine technique, it would often yield half the results with twice the effort. He didn't expect that there would be a blue infant beast here, and from what the red-robed woman said, it seemed to have been scared away by the commotion caused by their appearance. Earlier, Yang Kai had indeed noticed a lot of sea beasts wandering in all directions, but his mind wasn't on them at that time, so he didn't see if there really was a blue infant beast. That's right. Jiang Zhouzi's face darkened as he coldly said, We've worked hard for a month and spent half a month to wait for the blue infant beast to appear. But you scared it away before we could even make a move. We can't let this matter rest. The red-robed woman added. The blue infant beast's monster core was a congratulatory gift for the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master's big day. Now that it's gone, what do you think we should do? Yang Kai originally felt a little guilty, because if what these people said was true, then it really was his and his group's fault. After all, they had worked so hard here for so long, and had even waited half a month for the blue infant beast to appear, only for it to be scared away by them. No one would be too happy about such a thing if it happened to them. However, this pair of old and young were chattering away in an imposing manner, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. If there was a problem, they could just talk it out and come up with a solution. Why did they have to be so aggressive? Weren't they clearly trying to bully the weak? Considering all this, Yang Kai put on a serious face and said, Then in your opinion, what should we do? Ling Yinchin frowned and said, How about this? How much is the blue infant beast worth? We'll compensate you. She just wanted to keep the peace. A few days ago, she and her crew obtained a lot of good things and sold them all on Clear Sky Island, so they still had some source crystals on hand. What's more, she knew that Yang Kai was rich, so she felt that compensation was the best solution. Compensate? The red-robed woman looked at Ling Yinchin and said sarcastically, even if you sold all of you, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Do you think it's so easy to find a blue infant beast? There are definitely no more than 3 of them in the entire ice sea, and now that it's gone, you want to compensate. As she spoke, she looked like she was about to go mad with anger. Yang Kai frowned and said, since it's already like this, what do you want to do? Hearing this, Jiang Zhouzi coldly glanced at Yang Kai and snorted. What? From your tone, are you not putting our immaculate island in your eyes? Chapter 2407. Yang Kai was speechless as he looked at Jiang Zhouzi, thinking, when did I say that I didn't put immaculate island in my eyes? I don't know how this guy figured it out. However, when the group of Dao Source Realm Masters behind him heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation, as if they had been greatly insulted. Everyone secretly pushed their source chi and glared at Yang Kai and the others with malicious intent, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. Yang Kai calmed down and said, that's not what I meant. I just felt that since things have already happened, there should be a solution. Island Master Jiang, why don't you lay it out? We'll accept it. Jiang Zhouzi laughed and said sarcastically, boy, your tone isn't small. The red-robed woman suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words into Jiang Zhouzi's ear. As she spoke, her eyes kept glancing towards Bing Yun's direction, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Fan Xian and the others' faces all sank. Although they didn't know what the woman in red said to Jiang Zhouzi, they could tell that it was unfavorable to their honored master. Right now, their honored master was at a critical juncture of healing and couldn't be disturbed. What did this person want to do to their honored master? Thinking up to this point, Fan Xian and the other senior and junior sisters gave each other a look and moved to block Frozen Cloud's path. On the other side, Jiang Zhouzi coldly snorted as he looked at Yang Kai and said, you scared away the congratulatory gift this island prepared for Seeking Passion Sect. This is an unforgivable crime. He had mentioned Seeking Passion Sect several times, and although Yang Kai had never heard of it, he was sure of it. This sect should have a great influence in the Northern Territory. Otherwise, these people from Immaculate Island wouldn't have gone to such lengths to prepare a congratulatory gift. Yang Kai didn't interrupt, and just looked at Jiang Zhouzi quietly, waiting for him to continue. Now that the congratulatory gift is gone, but since you are willing to compensate, it's not without discussion. Yang Kai said lightly, what does Island Master Jiang want us to compensate? Jiang Zhouzi coldly snorted and pointed his finger, saying, leave this girl here. The rest of you can scram. When he first came here, he was full of anger and didn't notice the existence of Bing Yun. However, under the reminder of the woman in red, he realized that there was a beautiful girl in the group. Jiang Zhouzi had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a pure and flawless woman. Although Bing Yun seemed to be heavily injured and was at a critical juncture of healing, her pure and untainted temperament, as if she was a goddess from beyond the heavens, still shocked him. She was such a clean woman. There was probably no other person like him in this world. He didn't want Bing Yun for himself, but to give it to the Seeking Passion Sect. Now that the blue infant beast was gone, there was no way to find a congratulatory gift. However, if it was this young girl, she might be able to win the favor of the Seeking Passion Sect. Although the people of the Seeking Passion Sect entered the Tao through love, it was rumored that the cultivation method they practiced was filled with emotions and righteousness. The deeper one fell in love, the higher one's cultivation was, the more beautiful the women around every Seeking Passion Sect disciple, let alone the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master. If this young girl was given to the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master as a gift, the young sect master would definitely be happy. If the young sect master was happy, their Immaculate Island would definitely receive support. Audacious! Fan Xian, and the other Ice Heart Valley disciples couldn't help but shout in anger when they saw Jiang Zhouzi pointing at their honored master and saying such words. Jiang Zhouzi's face sank and he said coldly, "What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again." Fan Xian gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to argue with him, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Immediately, Yang Kai looked at Jiang Zhouzi calmly and asked with a playful smile, "Island Master Jiang, are you sure you want to keep that girl?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Bing Yun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and because of the secret art she cultivated, she was pure and flawless. Moreover, she looked no different from a young girl in appearance. This Jiang Zhouzi is really blind. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and wants to force Bing Yun to stay. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Except for this girl, everyone else scram. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving. Jiang Zhouzi glanced sideways at Yang Kai and shouted impatiently. When he spoke, his murderous intent was overflowing. Good, good, good. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the others away. Waste. The red-robed woman from Immaculate Island shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai, her face full of ridicule and mockery. In her opinion, Yang Kai was actually willing to abandon his companions so easily for his own safety. He was simply a coward, causing her to stare at him from the bottom of her heart. Although it was her idea to keep Bing Yun as compensation, it didn't stop her from despising Yang Kai's character. The remaining Immaculate Island cultivators didn't say anything, but they all had mocking expressions on their faces. Alchemist Yang. Fan Xian stomped her feet and looked at Yang Kai angrily with a disappointed expression. She didn't expect Yang Kai to abandon her honored master so easily. Couldn't he see that her honored master was healing? Don't worry. Yang Kai winked at her, as if everything was under his control. Seeing this, Fan Xian didn't say anything more, and just glanced at Bing Yun worriedly, before retreating to the side with Yang Kai and the others. Jiang Zhouzi, on the other hand, rushed forward and grabbed Bing Yun. It seemed that he wanted to subdue Bing Yun, and take her back to Immaculate Island first. Looking at Bing Yun's calm face, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How could there be such a pure woman in this world? Looking at her, even he, who wasn't interested in women, couldn't help but be tempted. An impulse to take her back and take good care of her grew in his heart. He seemed to have already foreseen a happy life with Frozen Cloud in the future, a beautiful scene of happiness and bliss. No, he couldn't let the seeking passion sex young sect master take advantage of such a beautiful woman. He had to keep her for himself. Greed rose in his heart, and he was extremely excited. At this moment Bing Yun, who had been healing with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. *Z. Seeing those beautiful eyes, Jiang Zhouzi felt as if his heart had been hit by an invisible sledgehammer, and he could no longer look away. What a pair of pure eyes! Jiang Zhouzi could even see his own dazed reflection in those eyes. Those eyes were like a clear spring, like a full moon. Anyone who saw them would never be able to forget them. They were like a brand that was carved into the depths of one's soul. Jiang Zhouzi became more and more determined to keep this girl and enjoy her for himself. After so many years of cultivation, he had never felt so moved by a woman he saw for the first time. Don't move, this king won't hurt you. Jiang Zhouzi tried to make his tone gentle, lest he frighten the girl in front of him. While speaking, his big hand was about to grab Bing Yun's shoulder. At this moment, Frozen Cloud suddenly raised her jade-like hand and lightly tapped Jiang Zhouzi's palm. Her movements were extremely gentle, without the slightest trace of anger. Jiang Zhouzi was slightly stunned, but then his expression changed dramatically. Because the instant Frozen Cloud made her move, he suddenly sensed the extremely terrifying energy fluctuations of Frozen Cloud. This girl was actually a third-order master from the Emperor Realm. When he saw Yang Kai and the others before, each of their cultivations were uneven, and the strongest among them was only from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Bing Yun was also healing, so he didn't pay too much attention to her. He only thought that Bing Yun's cultivation was similar to Yang Kai and the others, so he didn't pay too much attention to her. But now that he realized that Bing Yun's cultivation wasn't something he could look up to, he realized what a big mistake he had made. He was really blind. How could he think of keeping such a master? If he had known that Bing Yun's strength was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to be so rude. The island master of Immaculate Island was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and no one on Immaculate Island was this girl's opponent. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly tried to retreat, but an invisible force bound him in place, making it impossible for him to move. Bing Yun's movements seemed slow and gentle, but in the nick of time, she pointed her finger at Jiang Zhouzi's big hand. "Senior, please spare my life." Jiang Zhouzi screamed in horror, his face turning pale. As soon as his voice fell, he felt a slight pain in his palm, as if he had been pricked by a needle. Then, a strange chill suddenly spread from his palm. Jiang Zhouzi's eyes widened, and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom, because in the center of his palm, a pure white ice flower suddenly bloomed. That ice flower was magnificent, as if it was carved from ice and jade, without the slightest flaw. It was like the most beautiful scenery in the world, causing people to linger and forget to leave. However, Jiang Zhouzi was not in the mood to appreciate it, because when this ice flower appeared, a layer of ice suddenly formed on his arm and spread upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever the ice passed, he completely lost feeling in his arm. This chill seemed to come from the depths of his soul, and it seemed to be able to freeze his soul. Seeing that the ice layer was about to spread to his chest, Jiang Zhouzi bit the tip of his tongue, used his finger like a knife, and slashed at his shoulder. Poochie, blood spurted out, and one of his arms broke. Jiang Zhouzi suddenly felt that the force binding him disappeared. Horrified, he hurriedly pulled back and put some distance between him and Bing Yun. After regaining his footing, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his face was as pale as paper. Hurriedly taking out some healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, he stared towards Bing Yun in fear and dread. With the powerful strength Bing Yun just showed, if she really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. Now, he could only pray that Bing Yun was not a bloodthirsty person and would spare his life on account of the suffering he had suffered. On the other side, the group of Dao Source Realm Masters from Immaculate Island were dumbfounded. They only saw Jiang Zhouzi rush towards Bing Yun, and then Bing Yun raise her hand. Jiang Zhouzi quickly retreated and cut off one of his arms. Chapter 2408. All of this happened in a flash, and everyone was dazzled. Before the red-robed woman and the others could react, Jiang Zhouzi was already severely injured. The group of people from Immaculate Island were all inexplicably shocked, their faces filled with fear. "Senior," the red-robed woman muttered suspiciously. She had just heard Jiang Zhouzi call the girl senior. Sir Jiang Zhouzi is a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Someone he calls senior. Could it be that this person is a peak Emperor Realm Master? After figuring this out, the red-robed woman's body trembled. She no longer had the arrogance and disdain she had before. "You're quite decisive." Bing Yun looked indifferently at Jiang Zhouzi, who had cut off one of his arms. She had no intention of killing him. It was unknown whether it was because she was kind or because she was injured and couldn't kill him. However, Jiang Zhouzi was indeed a decisive person. If he hadn't cut off one of his arms at the critical moment, he would have definitely died here. Although he looked miserable now, he had at least kept his life. "Senior." This Jiang had eyes but failed to see. "Please forgive me and spare my life, master." Jiang Zhouzi endured the piercing pain and begged for mercy. The lives of the Immaculate Island people were now in the hands of this girl. If she didn't let them go, they would definitely die. Compared to their lives, what was a mere pride? It wasn't shameful to beg for mercy from a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Bing Yun looked at Jiang Zhouzi indifferently. Her expression was indifferent. Jiang Zhouzi felt a little suffocated. He didn't know what kind of fate awaited him and the others. After a while, Bing Yun opened her mouth and waved her hand. He waved his hand and said, "Scram." Jiang Zhouzi was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life." After that, he shouted to the Immaculate Island people, "Let's go." The Immaculate Island people didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly followed him, and left the sea territory. They were all using all their strength, afraid that Bing Yin would go back on her words. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him. He could see that it was not suitable for Bing Yin to continue attacking now. After all, the other party still had the Emperor realm. If they really forced the other party into a dead end, it might not be a good thing. Anyway, they did not suffer any losses this time. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After the people from Immaculate Island left, Bing Yin looked around and sighed. I didn't expect to return to the Northern Territory directly. Senior, is this really the Northern Territory? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Bing Yin nodded and said, yes, this is the Ice Sea in the Northern Territory. Immaculate Island is a force in the Ice Sea, and it's not bad. The Seeking Passion sect is also in the Northern Territory. It's one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Bing Yin was the founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. He had lived in this place for who knows how many years. Therefore, he knew the forces and terrain of this place like the back of his hand. While speaking, she turned to look at Fan Xian and the others and asked, do you want to go and see the sect? Fan Xian and the others nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Although they were accepted as disciples by Bing Yin, they had never been to Ice Heart Valley. They had been looking forward to the sect their honored master had founded for a long time. Now that they had suddenly come to the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to take a look. Then let's go. I haven't been back in a long time. Bing Yin smiled and continued. I wonder how those little girl are doing now. The little girl she was talking about. They were probably the first batch of disciples she accepted after she founded Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai guessed that they were all masters in the Emperor realm. Only Bing Yin could call them little girl. Senior, your injuries. Yang Kai looked at her worriedly. I still need to recuperate. As long as I don't fight, I'll be fine, Bing Yin replied. Although she had severely injured Jiang Zhouzi with one move just now, she actually didn't use much of her strength. The reason why she was able to do so with just one move was because Jiang Zhouzi had underestimated her, and also because of the difference in cultivation. Bing Yin, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, could easily deal with a first-order Emperor Realm Master like Jiang Zhouzi. Even if she was injured, it was just a casual move. Since Fan Xian and the others wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to take a look, Yang Kai naturally had to follow. He thought that if Su Yan came to the star boundary in the future, she might be able to join Ice Heart Valley again. After all, her secret art and physique were of the same origin as Ice Heart Valley's. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to settle Lu Xianyin in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyin and he had some brother and sister feelings, and they had gone through thick and thin together during this time. They had supported each other, but he had his own things to do, so he couldn't take Lu Xianyin with him all the time. Ice Heart Valley was definitely the best place for Lu Xianyin. Ice Heart Valley only accepted female disciples, and Lu Xianyin had a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. She also came from a lower star territory, so her aptitude and tenacity were top-notch. Although her current cultivation wasn't high, that was because Lu Xianyin hadn't been able to obtain good cultivation resources. If she was nurtured by a sect, Lu Xianyun's future achievements would definitely not be bad. Any cultivator who came from a lower star territory would have a good future. Yang Kai believed that Bing Yin wouldn't refuse her. However, Yang Kai couldn't find an opportunity to ask Bing Yin for help yet. As for Ling Yinqin and the others, Yang Kai didn't know what they were planning to do. Thinking of this, Yang Kai turned to look at Ling Yinqin and asked, Big sister Ling, where are you going? Ling Yinqin pondered for a moment before saying, I want to go to the Eastern Territory. Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his brow, not knowing why she wanted to go to the Eastern Territory. Bing Yin said from the side, You are Yang Kai's friend, and your cultivation is not bad. If you want to join my Ice Heart Valley, this queen can accept you. The strength of a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm was not bad. If she had the opportunity, she might be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Such a cultivator would be welcomed by any sect. Bing Yin said this because she was giving face to Yang Kai. She knew that Ling Yinqin had just escaped from the solitary void-sealed world, and had nowhere to go for the time being. Ling Yinqin smiled and said, "This junior appreciates senior's kindness. It's just that junior's husband was born in the Eastern Territories, Heavenly Wolf Valley. Junior wants to send his ashes back. This was his last wish." Speaking of her deceased husband, Ling Yinqin's expression dimmed a lot. She seemed to have fallen into some kind of memory. Her eyes were slightly red. Bing Yun praised, "You are an infatuated woman. The journey to the Eastern Territory will be difficult, so you must be careful. After your husband's ashes are taken care of, if you still have the heart to come to my Ice Heart Valley, just come." Ling Yinqin said gratefully, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." With Bing Yun's words, if Ling Yinqin had nowhere to go in the future, she could come to the Northern Territory and join Ice Heart Valley. It could be considered a backup plan. "Let's go back to the mainland first." Bing Yun looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded and summoned the ship. He then boarded the ship with a group of people and headed towards the mainland under Bing Yun's guidance. The ice sea was not like the solitary void sea. The journey was safe and did not encounter any danger. Bing Yun had been healing in the ship's cabin and did not come out. Yang Kai told Lu Xianyun about his plans and told her that he wanted her to stay in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyun didn't hesitate too much and immediately agreed. She knew it was impossible for her to follow Yang Kai. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. If she followed Yang Kai, she would only be a burden. Rather than that, it was better to join Ice Heart Valley and stay in the sect to cultivate. After getting Lu Xianyun's agreement, only then did Kai Yang find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Bing Yun. Bing Yun naturally did not refuse. He agreed without hesitation. She was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley. Accepting someone into the sect was a simple matter. There was no need to ask for the permission of others. In less than 5 days, the group saw the existence of land. After Yang Kai summoned everyone to the deck, he glanced at Bing Yun and laughed dryly. "Senior, wouldn't it be better for you to change your appearance?" A few days ago, even someone like Jiang Zhouzi was inevitably tempted by Bing Yun. Yang Kai was afraid that Bing Yun would cause trouble because of her beauty when she returned to the mainland. Fan Xian and the others heard this and pursed their lips and snickered. Although these female disciples were also beautiful, they were not inferior to Bing Yun's beauty. But when compared to Bing Yun, he immediately paled in comparison. Bing Yun's pure and flawless appearance was something that no other woman could compare to. It was extremely easy for men to develop protective and possessive feelings towards her. It's because there are so many shameless men who covet beautiful women in this world that we women are so troublesome. Bing Yun snorted unhappily. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "Senior, why are you looking at me when you say this? I'm innocent." "Humph." Frozen Cloud lightly snorted, but didn't refute. She clearly knew that her beauty would always attract unnecessary trouble. Yang Kai took out something from his space ring and handed it to Bing Yun. "I have a mask here that suits Senior. If Senior doesn't mind, please take it. This mask is well made. Where did you get it?" Bing Yun glanced at the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing and praised it. "This should be refined by Sangda." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. When Sangda took him out to sea that day, he was wearing this mask. If Yang Kai did not have a preconceived notion, he would not have been able to recognize him. After Sangda was killed by Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi, this mask naturally became his spoils of war. Bing Yun's jade-like hand that had reached out suddenly retracted. She said with a look of disgust, "Was it made by that thing? He used it, right?" "He did use it." Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun glared at Yang Kai and said, "Then don't take it." She didn't know what this brat was thinking. He actually gave her something that an old man had used before. Moreover, it was going to be stuck on her face. Which woman wouldn't dislike it? While speaking, Bing Yun made a hand sign, and her face suddenly squirmed slightly. After a while, her face suddenly swelled up. Although she still looked beautiful, she did not have the stunning feeling she had before. Senior has done this many times. Yang Kai saw Bing Yun change her appearance so skillfully, and immediately knew that she definitely knew how to do this. Bing Yun said, "Otherwise, How do you think I used to travel the star boundary alone? Chapter 2409. In the wilderness, Yang Kai and the others were riding a ship, flying at high speed. Only he, Lu Xianyan, and a few disciples from Ice Heart Valley were on the ship. Ling Yinqin had already separated from everyone when she returned to the mainland. According to her, she was going to take her husband's ashes back to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and bury them in the place where he was born. Jiao Yi and the others naturally followed Ling Yinqin. As for Yang Kai and the others, they were going to Ice Heart Valley. Fan Xian and her junior sisters had been longing to visit the sect for a long time. So now that they were in the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to visit the sect. Ice Heart Valley was not close to the frozen sea, so even if the ship flew very fast, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to arrive. Fortunately, Bing Yun was the owner of this place and knew the terrain of the Northern Territory like the back of her hand. With her guidance, Yang Kai did not have to worry about getting lost. After flying for 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating and resting in the cabin, suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He was shocked and did not know what was going on, so he hurried to the deck. At this moment, Fan Xian and the others were standing on the deck, looking in the same direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "Brother Yang." Fan Xian saw Yang Kai coming and quickly pointed in the direction. "There are people fighting over there, and many of them are besieging a woman. How shameless." Yang Kai heard this and quickly released his divine sense. Sure enough, he found a group of people besieging a woman a dozen kilometers away. The woman's cultivation was not bad, at least in the third order Tao source realm, and her source chi was extremely dense. The grade of the artifact in her hand was also very high, so even if she was alone, it would not be easy to take her down. There were also 2 third-order Tao source realm cultivators among the group of people who were besieging her, but it was unknown what they were afraid of. They didn't attack the woman directly, but instead continued to besiege her. From the looks of it, they wanted to consume her strength. He would capture her alive when she was exhausted. Yang Kai only glanced at her and knew that this woman must be an elite disciple from a large sect. Her strength was not much worse than Xia Sheng Wuchang and the others he knew. In a life-or-death battle, they were definitely on par. The top sects in the Southern Territory had nurtured rising stars like Xia Sheng and Wuchang, so the Northern Territory naturally wouldn't be too inferior. This woman was the best example. Yang Kai guessed that the group of people besieging the woman must have recognized her, which was why they were afraid and didn't dare to kill her. He only wanted to capture the other party alive. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai said indifferently, "Walking in the star boundary, this kind of thing happens every day. Who cares about it?" Although it wasn't right for a group of people to bully a woman, this kind of thing was common in the star boundary, so Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. Furthermore, he felt that with that woman's strength, if she really wanted to escape, this group of people might not be able to stop her. She was besieged right now because she hadn't hardened her heart yet. But Brother Yang, Fan Xian looked at Yang Kai anxiously. That woman is using Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques and secret arts. She may be one of Ice Heart Valley's senior sister. Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked with some surprise. "Are you sure?" Fan Xian hurriedly said, "Of course. We have been cultivating the secret arts and secret techniques our honored master taught us, so we can't be wrong. This senior sister is in trouble now, so we can't just sit back and watch." Yang Kai carefully observed the woman again. He found that she was using ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, and the power of the artifact in her hand was also extremely cold. It seemed that Fan Xian was right. This woman was indeed from Ice Heart Valley. However, Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and few people dared to provoke its disciples when they roamed the Northern Territory. How could this woman have encountered such trouble? What kind of people were besieging her? "Brother." Lu Xianyan also looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look on her face. She was now a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so seeing her senior sister being besieged by so many people, she naturally couldn't bear to watch. But her cultivation was too low, so she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai and ask him to help this woman. Good. Since she is from Ice Heart Valley, we naturally can't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai nodded and formed a seal with his hand, causing the ship to immediately change direction and fly towards the battlefield. The distance of 12 kilometers was covered in just a few breaths with the ship's speed. The two sides who were fighting down below noticed that someone was approaching and wore different expressions. The woman frowned, seemingly a little worried, and the cultivator who was besieging her also wore a displeased expression. But both sides stopped fighting and looked towards the ship. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that this Ice Heart Valley female disciple was extremely beautiful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like smoke, and her pair of beautiful eyes sparkled. Perhaps it was because she had just been fighting, but at this moment, her breathing was slightly rapid, and her jade cheeks were rosy. Her skin was also extremely fair, white and flawless, almost as if it was covered in snow. Her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's. Both of them were extremely pure, and the little bit of sweat that seeped out of her delicate nose made her look even more beautiful. Sure enough, this woman is from Ice Heart Valley. Feeling that her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's, Yang Kai immediately became certain. Standing on the deck, he nodded slightly to her. The woman frowned. Although she could sense Yang Kai's goodwill, she didn't know why he was willing to help her. After all, the people besieging her weren't easy to deal with. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of them. A middle-aged man from the Third Order Dao Source realm waved his hand impatiently and shouted at Yang Kai. Seeking Passion Sect is here to handle some matters. Get lost. Seeking Passion Sect. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. A few days ago, when they had just returned to the Northern Territory, they encountered a group of people from Immaculate Island. They said that they were catching blue infant beasts to prepare a congratulatory gift for the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master's big day. Yang Kai didn't expect that this group of people would actually be from Seeking Passion Sect. Bing Yun had said that Seeking Passion Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When she left, its strength was on par with Ice Heart Valley, so its disciples were used to acting arrogantly in the Northern Territory. At this moment, Yang Kai knew that Bing Yun was telling the truth. These people from Seeking Passion Sect didn't even ask about their origins before acting so aggressively. Obviously, they didn't put them in their eyes. Perhaps in their opinion, as long as they mentioned the Seeking Passion Sect's name, everyone else should obediently scram. Originally, Yang Kai didn't have much of a good or bad impression of the Seeking Passion Sect, but after hearing the tone of this person's voice, coupled with the fact that they had ganged up on this female disciple from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai's impression of this Seeking Passion Sect suddenly soured. Is the Seeking Passion Sect so great? Fan Xian was enraged by her senior sister's misfortune. 5 or 6 men bullying a woman. How shameless! She retorted angrily. Bitch, you court death. The middle-aged man was furious when he heard this and glared at Fan Xian with murderous intent. As he spoke, he sent out a strand of pure spiritual energy towards Fan Xian. Obviously, he was angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. In the Northern Territory, not many people dared to provoke the Seeking Passion Sect's disciples. He didn't know where the people on this ship came from, but they actually dared to meddle in other people's business. They were truly reckless. On this ship only Yang Kai, a Third Order Dao Source Realm disciple, could enter his eyes. The rest of the people on this ship had varying cultivations, so he took it for granted that this group of people didn't have a great background and should be disciples from some mid-level force. As soon as the spiritual energy was released, a stifling feeling hit Fan Xian in the face. Fan Xian's pretty face paled, and even her breathing became slightly hurried. She felt as if a sharp sword was stabbing towards her, but she couldn't avoid it. She was so scared that her heart sank to the bottom, and her hands and feet turned cold. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly pulled her behind him, and at the same time, his spiritual energy burst out to meet the middle-aged man's attack. The collision was silent, but Yang Kai didn't move at all. On the other hand, the arrogant middle-aged man's body swayed, and he was forced to take a few steps back. His face paled slightly, and he coughed up blood. With just this one attack, his soul was injured. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between his spiritual energy and Yang Kai's. Deacon Dong. The Seeking Passion sect's disciples turned pale with fright and hurriedly surrounded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed to be seriously injured, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. He just waved his hand slightly, then hurriedly took out some pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Boy, how dare you sneak attack Dongshan? Die! The other disciple from the Third Order Dao Source realm was furious, and as he shouted, he suddenly summoned a machete with a ghost head in his hand. Leaping forward like an eagle spreading its wings, he arrived above Yang Kai and viciously chopped down. He thought that Dongshan's injury was due to a moment of carelessness, so relying on his slightly superior strength to Dongshan's, he planned to kill Yang Kai directly to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. The power of this machete shattered the sky. Even though Fan Xian, Lu Xianyun, and the others were standing behind Yang Kai, their pretty faces paled as they felt the aura of death wash over them. Standing on the deck, Kai Yang didn't move to evade. Only when the machete was about to chop down, did he suddenly launch an attack. Both of his fists fiercely punched out, and in a split second, an endless stream of fist shadows completely filled the space in front of him. The machete wave that shrouded the surrounding area suddenly collapsed like a broken mirror, unable to withstand a single blow. What? The Seeking Passion sect's cultivator's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying power coming from the front. He quickly turned his saber around to protect himself, while pushing his source chi and retreating backwards with a tap of his foot. But it was already too late. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after a few muffled noises, the cultivator was sent flying backwards and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Deacon Chaoyang. The remaining Seeking Passion sect's cultivator turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed to Chao Yang's side to check his injuries. Chapter 2410. Chao Yang forced himself to stand up and looked at Yang Kai with fear and disbelief. By now, he knew that Dongshan's injury wasn't caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Even if they fought fair and square, Dongshan definitely wouldn't be this young man's opponent. When did such a monstrous young man appear in the Northern Territory? Which sect is he from? We're both cultivators in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but I can't even withstand a single blow from him. If such a person cultivates to the Emperor realm, how strong will he be? The names and appearances of the rising stars of the various sects flashed through his mind one by one, but none of them matched Yang Kai. Friend, where are you from? Please leave your name. My Seeking Passion sect will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Knowing that he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, Chao Yang had no choice but to bring up his sect's name. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If this guy really wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Fan Xen coldly snorted and said, "What happened to your imposing manner when you bullied me with numbers?" Several grown men bullying a woman. The Seeking Passion sect is really powerful. Her sarcastic words made the Seeking Passion sect's group feel a little embarrassed, each of them wearing ugly expressions. But now that their strength was inferior to hers, and their two strongest cultivators were seriously injured, they didn't have the capital to act tough. They could only feel their faces burning, and their hearts were filled with resentment. There's no harm in telling you where? Before Fan Xine could finish, Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her. He still stood on the deck and didn't move from the beginning to the end. He looked down and said indifferently, "We're just travelers passing by." Passing by. Chao Yang gritted his bloody teeth, knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to reveal his identity. Since he was weaker, he couldn't use force. He just stared fiercely at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. He cupped his fists and shouted, "Friend, this Chao has learned a lot. Since you're here today, we'll retreat. I hope you'll take care of yourselves." After saying this, he waved his hand. And quickly left with the Seeking Passion sect's people. Fan Xine gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. But seeing that Yang Kai wasn't going to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, she couldn't say anything. After the group of people left, Yang Kai said lightly. Seeking Passion Sect is a top sect in the Northern Territory. With your current status, it's not appropriate for you to have a falling out with them. If he really killed that group of people, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect would likely go to war. Once these two top sects started fighting, the entire Northern Territory would be swept into the flames of war. However, what Yang Kai could not understand was why the Seeking Passion Sect's people would make things difficult for this Ice Heart Valley disciple. Many thanks to this brother for your help. May I ask for your esteemed name? Ziyu will definitely repay you in the future. The woman cupped her fists towards Yang Kai and asked gratefully. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's help, she would have been able to escape. She would have consumed a lot of energy. She had mastered a forbidden technique. Once she used it, Chao Yang and the others definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. But after using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't be able to use her strength for 3 months. At that time, she wouldn't be able to escape the Northern Territory. Senior sister, we're all family. There's no need to be polite. Fan Xian looked at the girl named Ziyu with a smile, her face full of friendliness. Family? Ziyu frowned. She didn't understand what Fan Xian meant. Fan Xian smiled. She pointed to the women on the ship and said, we're all from Ice Heart Valley. Senior sister, from the secret technique and secret art you just used, you should also be from Ice Heart Valley, right? So we're all family. They had just returned to the Northern Territory a few days ago, but they had actually met a senior sister from the same sect here. Moreover, her strength was quite good. Fan Xian was naturally happy and didn't plan to hide it, directly telling Ziyu who they were. However, she never expected that Ziyu's beautiful face would actually change when she heard these words, and dense vigilance arose in the depths of her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she imperceptibly took a few steps back and bit her red lips as she said, all of you have come to capture me? Fan Xian was stunned and asked, Senior sister, what are you talking about? Ziyu said, since we're all senior sister from the same sect, I won't take action against you. Go back and tell my honored master that Ziyu has implicated her. Ziyu is unfilial. When Ziyu's cultivation reaches a certain level, she will definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to fulfill her filial duties. After saying this, her tender body flickered and turned into a streak of light that shot off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind Kai Yang and the others, they all looked at each other in confusion. Senior sister, what is she doing? Fan Xian frowned. She and the others had saved Ziyu's life, but Ziyu didn't thank them. Instead, when she heard that they were also from Ice Heart Valley, Ziyu became so vigilant and uneasy. She even said a bunch of inexplicable words. It was really confusing. I'm afraid something has happened to Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai quickly said. Fan Xian was startled and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Brother Yang, how do you know? Yang Kai explained. Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect are two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any conflicts between them. But just now, a group of Seeking Passion Sect disciples besieged Ziyu. This is very unusual. Coupled with what Ziyu said before she left, Fan Xian's expression changed as she vaguely understood. Why was Ziyu besieged by Seeking Passion Sect disciples? Why did she become so vigilant after hearing that they were also disciples of Ice Heart Valley? Something big must have happened to Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, let's hurry to the sect, Fan Xian said anxiously. Fan Xian said anxiously. She didn't know what had happened to Ice Heart Valley, but she wanted to hurry over and take a look. Because of Bing Yun, Fan Xian still had feelings for this sect she had never visited before, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. Yang Kai nodded and glanced into the cabin again. He was sure that Bing Yun had noticed what was happening outside, but he didn't understand why she didn't care at all. Shaking his head, Yang Kai regained control of the ship and flew towards Ice Heart Valley. Fan Xian kept urging him, so Yang Kai could only speed up the ship. 5 days later, a huge city appeared in front of them. That's Ice Moon City. It's only an hour away from Ice Heart Valley. Let's enter the city first. Bing Yun's voice suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and controlled the ship to land outside the city gate. After a short while, he led the group of women through the city gate and entered Ice Moon City. As soon as he stepped into the city, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and shouted, "Senior, why are there so many cultivators from the Emperor realm in this city?" After entering the city, he felt the auras of 7 or 8 cultivators from the Emperor realm. This was obviously abnormal. Bing Yun, who had concealed her cultivation and was hiding in the crowd, shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know. Ice Moon City is a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. It's impossible for so many cultivators from the Emperor realm to appear here. Perhaps something big happened here, but let's not meddle in it for now. I still need a few days to fully recover." Last time, Bing Yun rashly attacked Jiang Zhouzi before she recovered, which caused her to need more time to heal. Otherwise, she would have already recovered. The next few days were critical for her recovery, so she didn't want any more accidents to happen. "Then let's find a place to stay first. When Senior recovers, we'll go to Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai suggested. Bing Yun naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, the group found an inn in the city to stay. Although Fan Xian was worried about her sect and wanted to see it as soon as possible, her honored master was currently recuperating, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only hide in the inn with her junior sisters and wait quietly. Yang Kai didn't plan to go out either. Now that his cultivation had reached the 3rd order Dao Source realm, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Naturally, he cultivated harder and harder, wanting to see the mysteries of the Emperor realm as soon as possible. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly opened his eyes with a suspicious look. He then stood up, pushed the door open and walked out. A moment later, he came to the door of another room. Before he could knock, Bing Yun's voice came from inside. "Come in." Hearing this, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. After turning a corner, he saw Bing Yun meditating and asked, "Senior, have you recovered from your injuries?" Bing Yun shook her head. "I still need 2 to 3 days." Yang Kai was stunned. "Then why did Senior call me over?" He came over because he heard Bing Yun's call. He thought that Bing Yun had recovered, but he didn't expect that to be the case. Bing Yun frowned slightly and didn't answer directly. Instead, she pointed to the front and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you slowly." Yang Kai sat down in front of her obediently. Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, "When I came to the star boundary from the Hung Luo star field, I was only a 3rd order origin king. You should know that this kind of cultivation can run amok in the territory of the star boundary, but it's nothing in the star boundary." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. People like Qiyu, Aio, and the others were all overlords when they were in the Hung Luo star field. With a stomp of their feet, the entire territory of the star boundary would tremble. But after coming to the star boundary, it was difficult for them to even find cultivation resources. The number 1 master at that time, Wu Dao, had already fallen. Bing Yin continued. "Once, I was in danger and almost lost my life, but a master saved my life. That master even sacrificed his Yuan Qi to pull me back from the gates of hell. Later, under his careful care, I slowly recovered. He taught me a lot of things. If I, Bing Yun, ever since I started cultivating, if there is a master, that person is the only one. Unfortunately, he only taught me for half a year, before he went to travel the world." Yang Kai praised. "That master must be an open-minded person, who doesn't ask for anything in return." Bing Yun smiled faintly and said, "That's right. He didn't have any ulterior motives for saving me. With my strength at that time, I was just an ant in front of him. However, he was willing to exhaust his vitality for an ant like me. It was also thanks to his teachings for half a year that my cultivation in the star boundary was able to progress smoothly." Chapter 24:11. Although he didn't know why Bing Yin suddenly brought up the past, Yang Kai felt that she must have her own deep meaning, so he didn't interrupt her and listened quietly. "Later, I succeeded in my cultivation and founded Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. I took in some disciples and Ice Heart Valley gradually grew to its current scale. However, I never forgot the kindness of saving my life. 3,000 years ago, I left Ice Heart Valley and swore that I would find him even if I had to search the entire star boundary to repay his kindness. At the very least, I had to thank him in person. Bing Yin smiled slightly. As cultivators, we should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring, not to mention the kindness of saving my life. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate further before I accidentally fell into the solitary void-sealed world. I stayed there for 3,000 years until I met you, and was able to escape. After hearing what she said, Yang Kai realized that Bing Yin was the flowing time great emperor, who had been trapped in the solitary void-sealed world for 3,000 years. After understanding this, Yang Kai was shocked. Bing Yin couldn't improve her cultivation in the solitary void-sealed world. In other words, she was already a third-order emperor realm master 3,000 years ago. If she hadn't fallen into the solitary void-sealed world, she might have been able to peek into the level of the great emperors in these 3,000 years. Finding that great master is my lifelong wish, so no matter where he is, I will continue to search until I find him, Bing Yin said with a determined look. Yang Kai heard this and said, "Then Ice Heart Valley." Bing Yin smiled faintly. Although Ice Heart Valley was founded by me, it is impossible for me to protect it forever. If the disciples have the ability to help it continue to grow, that would be for the best. But if the disciples are incompetent, then I'll leave it to you. If the disciples are incapable, they can only let it weaken. In this world, there is no sect that can last forever, and no family that can last forever. It's just like the cycle of life and death. Yang Kai agreed. Senior's words make sense. Bing Yin continued. Back then when I left Ice Heart Valley, I was still somewhat worried, so before I left something behind in the sect. That is an artifact I refined using my secret technique. I told my disciples that if the sect was facing a great disaster, and they were unable to deal with it, they could send me a message through that artifact. I would try my best to rush back as soon as possible. While speaking, Bing Yin faintly took out a jade token from his space ring and presented it in his palm. Just now, I felt the fluctuations of that artifact. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it. He discovered that the jade tablet was flickering with a faint brilliance, flickering in and out, like a firefly. His expression changed as he asked, Ice Heart Valley is in danger of being wiped out? Bing Yin shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but it's extremely abnormal for so many people from the Emperor realm to suddenly appear in Ice Moon City. It might be related to the sect's calamity this time. What do you want me to do? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Bing Yin had said so much. Taking out this jade token, it was obvious that she wanted him to help. Bing Yin said, I still need to continue recuperating for 2 to 3 days, so I can't leave here. I'd like you to go to Ice Heart Valley and see what's happening there. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and nodded. This is no problem. Since Senior has asked, I will go. However, your sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It won't be easy to enter, right? If I accidentally trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array, with this junior's current strength, if I really trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array, Yang Kai would definitely be treated like a rat on the street, and everyone would want to beat him up. Even if Ice Heart Valley lost Bing Yin, the Emperor realm wouldn't be too small. At that time, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many, and he might not be able to escape. You don't have to worry about this. Take this token, and no barrier or spirit array will be able to stop you. While speaking, Bing Yin took out another token. This token was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of the most beautiful jade in the world. There wasn't the slightest flaw. On the token, there was a large Yin character engraved on it. It should be Bing Yin's name. Yang Kai reached out and took it. Bing Yin also gave the other glowing jade token to Yang Kai and said, Take this with you. You can use it to sense the location of the artifact I left behind. When I left back then, I placed the artifact in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It should still be there now. I will remember. Yang Kai nodded seriously and stuffed the 2 jade tokens into his space ring. Take this too. Bing Yin suddenly handed over a round bead solemnly. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Emperor Authority Bead." He was all too familiar with this round bead. It was clearly an Emperor Authority bead. Previously, he had obtained an Emperor Authority bead from the Flowing Time Great Emperor in the Four Seasons realm. In the end, he had used it in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. With one move, he had used the principles of time to defeat the Third Order Emperor Realm Corpse puppet. He had even used the principles of time to advance to the level of the Third Order Dao Source realm. The Emperor Authority bead sealed the all-out attack of a master from the Emperor realm. Moreover, ordinary masters from the Emperor realm couldn't condense it. Only masters from the Second Order Emperor realm and above could condense it after spending a lot of time and energy. This kind of thing was usually given to juniors by the masters from the Emperor realm as a life-saving tool. Every master from the Emperor realm wouldn't condense too many of them. The limit was 3 Emperor realm beads in their lifetime. If they condensed too many, it would affect their foundation. Yang Kai didn't expect Bing Yin to be so generous, directly giving him an Emperor Authority bead to protect himself. Bing Yin said, "This is something I condensed when I just advanced to the Third Order Emperor realm. It contains one of my secret techniques, so use it with caution." Yang Kai happily received it and solemnly stored it away. He stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. Then this junior will set off now. You must be very careful. If someone really finds you, just take out my token. Those little girls won't dare to touch you," Bing Yin warned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "With senior's words, I'm relieved." After saying so, he turned and left. There were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley. The rule set by Bing Yin was that the valley only accepted female disciples. This rule was exactly the same as Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star. When Yang Kai went to Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star back then, he didn't find any trace of a man. The sect was filled with women, and any man who came to Ice Heart Valley would probably be dazzled by the sight of so many beauties. Originally, Yang Kai shouldn't be the one to inquire about this matter. However, among Bing Yin's disciples, the strongest Fan Xian was only a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai, her real strength was worlds apart. Therefore, Bing Yin had no choice but to ask Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai was also well aware of this. Moreover, not only did Bing Yin give him the token, but she also gave him an Emperor Authority bead. It was clear how much importance she attached to this matter. With this double protection, Yang Kai felt that even if he sneaked into Ice Heart Valley to investigate the situation, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Ice Moon City wasn't too far away from Ice Heart Valley. If he flew directly, he could reach it in an hour. After all, Ice Moon City was a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. If it was too far away from the sect, it would lose its significance. Yang Kai didn't say goodbye to the others. He left Ice Moon City alone and flew slowly in the direction of Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that Yang Kai arrived at the edge of Ice Heart Valley. The entire Ice Heart Valley was located in a huge mountain valley surrounded by mountains. The terrain was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the environment was beautiful, and the world energy was rich. It was obvious that Bing Yin had put a lot of thought into choosing the location of Ice Heart Valley's headquarters. There must be an excellent earth vein here. Otherwise, the world energy here wouldn't be so rich. The only way to enter Ice Heart Valley was through the 1,000-meter-long valley corridor, which was guarded by the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley on both sides, and at the end, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't enter through the valley entrance openly. The main reason he came here was to find the disciple who contacted Bing Yin and ask her what was going on in Ice Heart Valley. He wandered around the periphery of Ice Heart Valley to investigate before heading straight in a certain direction. After a while, Yang Kai stopped and scanned the front with his divine sense. In front of him, there was an invisible barrier blocking the way. It was obviously Ice Heart Valley's protective and alert spirit array. Once an outsider touched it, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be on alert. At that time, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Yang Kai didn't act rashly. Instead, he hid in the dark and waited for about an hour. After confirming that there were no Ice Heart Valley disciples around, He took out the token Bing Yun gave him and shook it slightly at the barrier. A beam of profound light shot out from the token, and in the next moment, a crack silently appeared in the barrier. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and entered it. Using his space force, he hid in the shadows like a ghost. At the same time, he used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Being able to break into Ice Heart Valley so easily, it seemed that the token Bing Yun gave him could indeed allow him to ignore all the barriers and spirit arrays in the valley. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved after this success. Taking out another jade token, Yang Kai sensed the location of the artifact and quietly walked in that direction. The deeper he went, the more auras he sensed from the cultivator. These cultivators were obviously Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Ice Heart Valley could become one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so it must have many disciples. However, the disciples Yang Kai encountered weren't very strong. The most powerful one was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. With his strength and concealment secret technique, he didn't need to worry about being discovered. Half an hour later, Yang Kai bypassed a building and was about to go deeper when he suddenly stopped, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Because he heard the voice of a man here. The voice came from one of the buildings next to them. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one person. It was obvious that two men were communicating. How could there be a man in Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai was stunned. This was an all-female sect, and men were generally not allowed to enter. Could it be that some Ice Heart Valley disciple couldn't bear the loneliness and secretly raised a wild man here? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. If this was true, then Ice Heart Valley's reputation would be completely ruined. Chapter 24:12. Ice Heart Valley was a huge sect with tens of thousands of disciples, so it was impossible for someone to secretly keep a man here without being discovered. What's more, Ice Heart Valley did not forbid marriage. If a disciple fell in love with another man, they could marry, but they would no longer be part of Ice Heart Valley after marriage. When it came to love, Frozen Cloud didn't set too rigid a rule. She knew that everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was normal for disciples to meet a man they liked when they were out adventuring. This rule could be considered very open-minded. However, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to meet a man here, because it was impossible for him to live in Ice Heart Valley unless his identity was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to secretly investigate what the two men were doing here. But when one of them inadvertently revealed a trace of power, Yang Kai immediately did not dare to act rashly. Because that person was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He had fought against First-Order Emperor Realm cultivators before, and even killed a few, but he had never fought against a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master before. So he did not know how powerful a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was. He had another mission to complete this time, so he naturally could not complicate matters at this time. So, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before hurriedly fleeing into the distance. Who? A loud shout came from the loft, followed by a figure shooting out. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that he had underestimated the vigilance of this Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He had just passed by, but he was discovered. At this critical moment, he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly teleported away. He disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, a heroic figure appeared where he had been hiding. With a gloomy face, he released his divine sense to search around, but found nothing. The other young man immediately chased after him and stood beside the middle-aged man, frowning. "Martial Uncle Yao, what happened?" The middle-aged man said. "Someone was here just now." The young man was surprised. "Who?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I don't know. But this person left very quickly, and there is still a trace of residual space force fluctuations here." Space force? The young man was shocked and blurted out. What Martial Uncle means is that someone from Ice Heart Valley is proficient in the Tao of space. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "As far as I know, no one in Ice Heart Valley is proficient in this strange secret art. The residual space fluctuations here may be the result of some kind of transmission spirit array arranged here in advance." Hearing his explanation, The young man couldn't help but relax. I thought Ice Heart Valley had some kind of genius who cultivated the Tao of space, but it turns out it was just a transmission array. I wonder what kind of person would be so bored. The middle-aged man said, Shi'er, you should know that many people in Ice Heart Valley oppose this marriage, right? Especially the acting sect master. She might have been the one who arranged all this. The young man smiled and said, So what if it's her? It would be the big day in 2 days. When the time comes, I will bring Ziyu back to the sect. From now on, she has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Ziyu is the #1 disciple of Ice Heart Valley's younger generation. She is famous in the entire Northern Territory. Whether it is her cultivation or aptitude, she is not inferior to you. She is a good match for you. Hearing the name Ziyu, a touch of affection appeared on the young man's face, and he said softly, Of course. If not for this, how could Shi'er take a fancy to her? The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the young man, reminding him, My seeking passion sect's seeking passion supreme, art requires one to enter the Tao of love. The deeper one's feelings are, the faster one's cultivation will be. But Shi'er, you should know that if she doesn't fall in love with you, you will suffer a huge backlash when you reach the grand accomplishment stage. Are you sure you can subdue her? Will she be loyal to you until death? Your father was almost annihilated because of this. Fortunately, your mother was moved by his feelings at the last moment. Martial Uncle doesn't want anything to happen to you. You are the future of Seeking Passion sect. The young man said confidently, Martial Uncle, rest assured. As long as Ziyu returns to the sect with me, I will definitely conquer her body and mind. Shi'er has learned the Tao of servitude from my father. It's good that you have such confidence. Go back and rest first. It will be an auspicious day in 2 days. Sect Master will also come over at that time. You need to rest well. When the young man heard this, he was surprised. Father will come in person. Isn't this giving too much face to Ice Heart Valley? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Although Ice Heart Valley doesn't live up to its name now, it was still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder was still alive, it had always been on par with my Seeking Passion sect. There is no harm in giving them some face. What's more, this is a happy occasion for you. How could Sect Master miss it? That's great, the young man said in surprise. Yang Kai shuttled through the various barriers and spirit arrays of Ice Heart Valley. With the token given to him by Bing Yin, he didn't have to worry about triggering anything. He went all the way inside, avoiding all kinds of hidden dangers. About an hour later, he suddenly arrived at an extremely cold place. The entire Ice Heart Valley was a bone-chilling environment, because the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques. So cultivating in such an environment would yield twice the results with half the effort. However, this place was so cold that even someone as strong as Yang Kai had to circulate his source chi to feel better. Unlike the situation outside, after entering this place, Yang Kai could no longer feel the aura of a living person. This should be Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Every sect had its own restricted area. Many of these restricted areas were places where the tablets of their ancestors were placed. Some were also places for cultivation that only a few members of the sect could set foot in. Ice Heart Valley's restricted area was a place for its outstanding disciples to cultivate, and also a place for solitary confinement. If a disciple made any mistakes, they might be imprisoned here. The cold here was so severe that even Ice Heart Valley's disciples couldn't withstand it for too long. In front of him was an ice-covered corridor. Yang Kai held the token in his hand and broke through the barriers. The further in he went, the clearer the ice principles lingering around him became. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He knew that this place was extremely important to Ice Heart Valley. If Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivated here, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the premise was that they could withstand the invasion of the ice principles, otherwise, they would be frozen into ice sculptures. On both sides of the ice corridor were white mirror-like walls with many lifelike figures engraved on them. Yang Kai observed them for a while, and found that these figures actually came to life right in front of his eyes. Each of them was graceful, as if they were demonstrating some extremely powerful secret technique. Young Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazzled. Unfortunately, he didn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art, so even if there was such an opportunity in front of him, it wouldn't be of much use to him. He couldn't see any mysteries from these figures at all, only feeling that they were quite strange. Yang Kai sighed slightly, knowing that this wasn't an opportunity for him, so he no longer hesitated and walked straight to the end of the ice corridor. After a short while, he arrived at the end, and his field of vision suddenly opened up. As far as the eye could see, there was actually an ice lake in front of him, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The ground here was also frozen, and the omnipresent ice laws seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Yang Kai shivered for no reason, and pushed a trace of his source qi to resist the pervasive cold. Because of the ice principles of this restricted area, the entire world was filled with white fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. However, when Yang Kai looked around, he vaguely saw a small island-like place in the middle of the ice lake. On this island, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Is this the Ice Heart Valley disciple who used a secret technique to summon Bingyan? This thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he quietly released his divine sense to investigate. He found that the other party's cultivation was the same as his, at the level of the third-order Tao Source realm. However, what puzzled him was that for some reason, he felt that this woman's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the island. Yang Kai's heart shook. He felt that something was calling out to him, and that something was on the island in the middle of the ice lake. This discovery puzzled him, as he didn't know what was calling out to him. Honored Master? On the island, a pleasant voice suddenly called out in Yang Kai's direction. Honored Master, is that you? Have you come to see you are? Listening to her tone, it seemed that she had mistaken him for someone else. However, after hearing this voice, Yang Kai suddenly understood why this woman's aura was somewhat familiar. He also knew who this person was. He had seen her a few days ago, and although they hadn't had much contact, Yang Kai still remembered her aura and voice. He coughed lightly, and tried to make his voice sound polite, so as not to frighten the other party. Sister Ziyu? On the small island, the owner of the voice was indeed frightened. She shouted, Who are you? Why are you here? This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Without the permission of the sex elders, even she couldn't enter this place. However, a man had suddenly appeared here. How could she not be shocked? A thought flashed through Ziyu's mind and she coldly snorted. Are you from Seeking Passion sect? Did Fengshi call you here? Her tone was full of great hostility and rejection. Yang Kai didn't know how that guy named Fengshi had offended her. Yang Kai stood in place and said, Sister Ziyu misunderstood. I don't know Fengshi, nor am I from Seeking Passion sect. I came here because of Sister Ziyu's summoning message. Summoning message? Ziyu was stunned when she heard this, but she immediately cried out. How do you know? That's the message I sent to summon my sect's ancestral founder. Chapter 24:13. On the small island in the ice lake, Ziyu was shocked to the extreme. While being imprisoned here, she had used the method her master had taught her to communicate with the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder. She wanted to call the ancestral founder, who had been missing for thousands of years, to seek justice for her. This was because her master had told her that if there was anyone in this world who could save her, it would be the ancestral founder. However, her master had also said that ever since the ancestral founder left Ice Heart Valley 3,000 years ago, there had been no news of her. In the past 3,000 years, Ice Heart Valley had suffered several disasters. During those disasters, her master had tried to communicate with the artifact using the method left behind by the ancestral founder, but she had never received a response. Many of the sect's elders believed that the ancestral founder had fallen somewhere in the star boundary. Otherwise, why hadn't she returned? Even her master herself wasn't sure whether the ancestral founder was still alive or not. Ziyu had no choice but to communicate with the artifact, and send a message to the ancestral founder. It was just her last effort. She didn't expect that someone would really receive her message and come here. What was even more unexpected was that the person who had come was a man. Wasn't the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder? Wasn't the ancestral founder a woman? What was the situation with this man? Ziyu was confused and couldn't figure it out. Just as she was puzzled and trying to guess Yang Kai's identity, Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Sister Ziyu, can I go over and talk? I'm afraid that communicating like this will alarm others. Ziyu suppressed the shock in her heart and said lightly, if you can withstand the cold here, come over. Yang Kai smiled slightly. His figure leapt and rushed towards the center of the ice lake. The next moment, he stood on the small island and looked over. A familiar face immediately appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it's her. Yang Kai also felt strange. He had met this woman named Ziyu a few days ago. At that time, she was besieged by seeking passion sex people. After he saved her, she didn't thank him. Instead, after hearing Fan Xian and the others introduce her, she fled vigilantly. However, for some unknown reason, she was once again imprisoned in this forbidden area. It's you. When Violet Rain saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she seemed to realize that her voice was a little too loud, so she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she asked, how could it be you? She naturally remembered Yang Kai. After all, the two of them had just met a few days ago, and Yang Kai had even saved her. However, what she could not figure out was that this man, who she had only met once, was able to enter Ice Heart Valley's restricted area without anyone noticing. Miss Ziyu, there's no need to be afraid. I have no ill intentions towards you. Yang Kai saw her alert expression and hurriedly took a step back. I'm here because someone asked me to. Entrusted by someone? Who? Violet Rain asked cautiously. Yang Kai smiled and said, look at this. While they were talking, he stretched out his hand and tossed a token to Ziyu. It was the piece that Bingyan gave him. Ziyu caught it suspiciously and gave Yang Kai a puzzled look before carefully examining the token. In the next moment, Ziyu's tender body suddenly shook as her beautiful eyes widened with a strange light. With a look of disbelief, she excitedly said, This is Ancestral Founder's aura. Although she did not recognize what this token was, the remnant aura on it could not be faked. This aura was exactly the same as the aura of the artifact left here by the Ancestral Founder. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. She seemed to be both happy and nervous as she asked, Could it be that the person who asked you to come here is? Sure. Yang Kai raised a finger and put it to his lips. He had a mysterious look on his face that could only be understood, but not explained. Ziyu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She clenched the token tightly and choked out, I knew it. Ancestral Founder is safe and sound. Master, you can finally rest assured. She didn't know why she suddenly changed the topic to her master. She also didn't know who her master was. While speaking, she directly took out a communication bead and was about to pour her divine sense into it. Yang Kai frowned and asked, What are you doing? Ziyu said, Master has always been concerned about Ancestral Founder's safety. If she knows that Ancestral Founder is safe and sound, she will definitely be happy. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he said, Don't tell your master about this for now. Why? Yang Kai said, It's not convenient for Senior Bing Yun to show up right now. She will come here in a few days. At that time, your master will know about this. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Ziyu couldn't help but stop. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, I was too excited. By the way, how should I address brother? Yang Kai said, Call me Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang. Ziyu revealed a smile, and her entire body seemed to have completely relaxed. This smile almost caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. Yang Kai was slightly startled by this, but he quickly recovered. Ziyu saw the change in his expression and secretly praised him in her heart. There were very few men who could not be moved by her beauty after seeing her. There were countless men who only looked at her with naked eyes. Yang Kai, however, was only stunned for a moment. To be able to remain unmoved by her beauty, He was obviously an extremely self-disciplined man. Ziyu was rude last time, and didn't thank Brother Yang for saving my life. I hope Brother Yang won't take offense, Ziyu said with some embarrassment. After learning that Yang Kai was someone sent by the ancestral founder, she felt that the man in front of her was very close, so she didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when calling him brother, as if the two were really brother and sister. Although there were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley, and she had never had a brother or junior brother, Yang Kai gave her an extremely reliable feeling. It's fine, Sister Ziyu should be in trouble, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Ziyu nodded sadly and said with a bitter smile, Brother Yang, you can see that I have been in some trouble recently. Did something happen to Ice Heart Valley? If Ziyu doesn't mind, you can tell me about it, Yang Kai asked. He had come here to find the Ice Heart Valley disciple who had sent the message to Bing Yun, as well as to ask what had happened to Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, just call me junior sister, Ziyu said softly. She had seen Yang Kai take action last time. He had casually knocked Seeking Passion Sect's Chao Yang to the ground. She knew that she couldn't do the same, so even if their cultivation was the same, Ziyu felt that she was inferior to Yang Kai. Although it's called an accident, it's actually because of me, Ziyu said with a trace of guilt on her face. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of guilt appeared on her face. After a short pause, she raised her head and asked, Senior Brother Yang, do you know about the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't know much about Seeking Passion sect, he at least knew that this sect was quite powerful in the Northern Territory, and had many masters. In terms of status, it was equivalent to sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Seeking Passion sect has a secret art called the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, Ziyu said faintly. This secret art is very strange. A large part of the reason why Seeking Passion sect can dominate the Northern Territory for so many years is because of this secret art. It is said that this secret art was created by a master on the level of the great emperors. That great emperors called this secret art Seeking Passion. Cultivating this secret art requires one to be in love. The deeper one is in love, the faster one can cultivate. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this and asked, Doesn't this mean that everyone in Seeking Passion sect is infatuated with love? Ziyu sneered and said, Infatuated with love? Brother Yang's words are too flattering. Yang Kai frowned and said, Isn't it said that one needs to be in love? How can one cultivate this Seeking Passion Supreme Art without being in love? Ziyu nodded and said, It is true that one needs to be in love. When cultivating, one needs to be in love and experience unforgettable love. However, the elite disciples of Seeking Passion sect begin to come into contact with the Seeking Passion Supreme Art from a young age. They search for the woman they love and fall in love with her. Because of this secret art, very few women can resist the tenderness and sweetness of Seeking Passion sect's disciples. They often fall deeply in love with them and are unable to extricate themselves. This secret art is so strange. Yang Kai was shocked. If it was only him who needed to be in love, then it would be fine. However, this Seeking Passion Supreme Art could even affect the person he fell in love with. This was too strange. This was simply a supreme weapon for picking up girls. With the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, which woman in the world could resist its charm? Because cultivating the Seeking Passion Supreme Art not only requires one to fall in love, but also the person they fall in love with. If the woman is not moved, then the Seeking Passion sect's disciple will suffer a backlash. The deeper one falls in love, the stronger the backlash. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of disdain appeared in her beautiful eyes. If the Seeking Passion sect's disciple can be faithful to one woman, then it's fine. At the very least, the two of them can fly together and live happily ever after. However, the key is that after the Seeking Passion sect's disciples cultivate this secret art, their progress will be extremely fast. Very few women can keep up with their cultivation speed. Often in just a few years, the gap in strength between them will become bigger and bigger. Once the gap in cultivation is too big, the woman they fall in love with will be useless to the Seeking Passion sect's disciples. They will need to find a woman with the same cultivation as them to fall in love with. This cycle will repeat, and their cultivation will rise steadily. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said with a face full of envy, "Doesn't this mean that every seeking passion sex disciple has 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, these wives and concubines are deeply attached to them, and will never leave them?" Ziyu glanced at Yang Kai and said angrily, "Brother Yang, why do you have such an envious look on your face?" Yang Kai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, of course not. This secret art is simply devoid of conscience. It makes one's hair stand on end. I hate this secret art from the bottom of my heart. He didn't know whether Ziyu believed him or not, but she didn't continue to pester him on this matter. She continued, "Among the seeking passion sex elite disciples who cultivate the seeking passion supreme art, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is considered a small number. Some of them have captured the hearts of dozens or hundreds of women along the way, but those women are still dead set on them. I really don't know if they are fools or not." Speaking up to here, Ziyu clenched her teeth with a look of resentment on her face. Chapter 24:14. Between Heaven and Earth. Love is the most difficult thing to understand, Yang Kai said leisurely with a look of deep understanding. Ziyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother Yang, are you thinking of someone?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "Junior sister Yu, please continue." When Ziyu heard Yang Kai call her junior sister Yu, she felt very happy and continued. "Generally speaking, women who are targeted by seeking passion sex disciples will never be able to stand out. Due to the influence of the seeking passion supreme art, no woman will have the heart to cultivate. Instead, they will devote all their attention to the seeking passion sex disciples and treat them as their own world. This is also the fundamental reason why the gap between the 2 sides' cultivations is growing." Yang Kai nodded and agreed. Compared to men, women are more likely to fall in love and be unable to extricate themselves. He paused for a moment and looked at Ziyu thoughtfully. "Junior sister Yu, are you telling me this because a seeking passion sex disciple has taken a fancy to you?" Hearing this, Ziyu's expression turned gloomy and she sighed. "Brother Yang is right. The one who has his eyes on me is seeking passion sex young sect master Feng Shi." Feng Shi. Yang Kai raised his brow as he remembered this name. When he came here just now, Ziyu had mentioned Feng Shi and asked Yang Kai if he was sent by Feng Shi. At that time, Yang Kai denied it, but now he knew that Feng Shi was actually seeking passion sex young sect master. My Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect are both great sects in the Northern Territory. Our disciples will occasionally meet each other. Feng Shi and I have heard of each other before, but we have never met. A few years ago, we met him during a life experience, and since then we've never met. After that, he has been pestering me. He is extremely annoying. I have refused him several times, but it has no effect." Yang Kai sneered. "This person is really thick-skinned." Ziyu said, "Logically speaking, Feng Shi and I can be considered a match. I even have the intention of climbing up his social ladder. Although Ice Heart Valley is still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory on the surface, everyone knows that this title is somewhat undeserved. Our true strength is no longer comparable to Seeking Passion sect. Feng Shi couldn't do anything to me, so he shamelessly asked the Seeking Passion sect to put pressure on the sect. At the same time, he promised a lot of benefits. Some of the sect's higher-ups agreed to this marriage, and Feng Shi and I were to get married in 2 days." "Did Ice Heart Valley's elders compromise?" Yang Kai's face sank. Violet Rain said dejectedly, "It's not their fault. After all, their strength is inferior. In the past 6 months, some of the businesses of the sect have been suppressed. Many of the senior sisters and junior sisters have been injured, or even died when they went out to train. In order to ensure the safety of the sect, they had no choice but to agree." Kai Yang saw the helpless expression on her face. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy in his heart. After a moment of indifference, he said, "Where's your master? What position does your master hold in Ice Heart Valley? Did she agree?" Ziyu smiled bitterly. "Master has been in charge of Ice Heart Valley since the disappearance of ancestral founder, So she is the acting valley master. Master treats me as her own, so she naturally won't agree to this. I was able to escape last time. It was also Master's arrangement. However, Master is also unable to support the situation on her own. She is not as capable as she would like. Since you escaped, why were you captured again? When Yang Kai heard that the acting valley master didn't agree to this marriage, and even helped her escape from Ice Heart Valley, he felt that Ice Heart Valley's elders were not hopeless. Ziyu said sadly. Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master, Yao Zhua personally took action. He is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. I couldn't resist him at all. Yao Zhua. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name. He guessed that Ziyu must have met this Yao Zhua after they separated a few days ago. Then, she was captured and imprisoned in Ice Heart Valley's forbidden area. By the way, he and Feng Shi are now guests in Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, were you discovered when you came here? Ziyu suddenly asked worriedly. Yang Kai suddenly understood and said, so those two are Yao Zhua and Feng Shi. He did encounter two men on the way here, one of whom was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He had been wondering why there were men in Ice Heart Valley, but it turned out that they were the Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master. It seemed that Ziyu's escape last time had made them more vigilant. After all, the wedding was in 2 days. If they didn't see the bride by then, it would be a mistake. In order to prevent Ziyu from escaping again, Yao Zhua and Feng Shi even personally guarded Ice Heart Valley. After understanding all this, Yang Kai said, when I came here, I sensed their location, but they didn't discover me. Junior sister you can rest assured. Ziyu was shocked when she heard this. Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as hers, but he was able to detect Yao Zhua without being discovered. How did he do it? Recalling how Yang Kai injured Chao Yang a few days ago, Ziyu immediately understood that Yang Kai was definitely not a simple Dao Source Realm cultivator. Now that Master is powerless, only Ancestral Founder can save me. Ziyu looked at Yang Kai anxiously and begged, Brother Yang, quickly tell Ancestral Founder about the situation here, and ask her to save me from this abyss of suffering. Once she was brought back to the Seeking Passion Sect by Yao Zhua, Ziyu would truly become Feng Shi's exclusive property in the future. Once the Seeking Passion Supreme technique was used, there were very few women in the world who could resist it. Feng Shi had captured the hearts of countless women throughout his cultivation journey. Ziyu didn't want to become one of them. She still had a bright future and a vast sky ahead of her. How could she be willing to become another man's cultivation tool and never make any progress in her cultivation? Don't worry, Senior Bing Yun won't sit idly by. This time, I was ordered by her to come and check. She is now in Ice Moon City. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hearing this, Ziyu cried tears of joy and kept repeating, that's great, that's great. Ancestral Founder was in Ice Moon City, so she would definitely be able to save her. Suddenly, Ziyu remembered something. A few days ago, when she met Yang Kai, she met a few women who claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. At that time, she thought that the elders of the sect had sent people to capture her, so she hurriedly fled. Now that she thought about it carefully, she had never seen those disciples of Ice Heart Valley before. Their faces were extremely unfamiliar, and their cultivations were uneven. Those women were obviously not her companions who grew up with her. Could they be disciples of the Ancestral Founder? Was that why they claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley? If they were on that ship, didn't that mean that the Ancestral Founder was also on that ship? Thinking of this, Ziyu was annoyed. She was so close to the Ancestral Founder, but missed the opportunity to recognize her. Later, she was captured by Yao Zhua and brought back here. Her cleverness had backfired on her, and she was filled with regret. If she had been with the Ancestral Founder at that time, she wouldn't have had so many troubles. Brother Yang, you should hurry back to Ice Moon City. If you stay here for too long, you might be discovered. Ziyu quickly put away her thoughts and tried to persuade him. Aren't you coming with me? Yang Kai asked. Ziyu smiled bitterly. This is the Ice Lake restricted area, and there are countless spirit arrays outside. How can I leave? Yang Kai chuckled. How do you think I came in? Ziyu was stunned. She suddenly looked at the command token in her hand and said, "Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded. "This is the token given by Senior Bing Yin. It can be used to break all the spirit arrays in this valley. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. You will come with me to Ice Moon City and personally explain everything to Senior Bing Yin." "Brother Yang, you can take me with you?" Ziyu was pleasantly surprised. "Of course." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "But wait a moment. What's wrong?" Ziyu asked, puzzled. Then she watched as Yang Kai walked around her and went straight to the center of the island. At the center of the island, there was an altar-like existence, and above this altar was a water blue bead that was exuding a chill. This bead was about the size of a longan fruit and seemed to be the source of the chill here. The closer Yang Kai got to it, the more he could feel the terrifying energy contained inside. Seeing this, Ziyu explained, "This is an artifact left behind by the ancestral founder. We don't know what it is called, nor do we know where the ancestral founder obtained it. However, the ancestral founder stimulated some of the energy inside it and formed this ice lake restricted area. When disciples cultivate here, they can more clearly perceive the ice concept and principle. Master said that the origin of this bead might be extraordinary, but even the ancestral founder wasn't clear about the specific use of this bead." As she explained, she watched Yang Kai's movements, wondering why he was so interested in this bead. She even saw Yang Kai tremble with excitement, as if he had discovered something incredible. "Brother Yang, you can't get any closer, otherwise you won't be able to bear it," Ziyu said worriedly. Ziyu reminded him worriedly, but as soon as she said those words, she realized she was being silly. If Yang Kai really couldn't bear it, he wouldn't have moved forward, but he was still moving forward, which meant he could withstand the chill of this ice bead. Ziyu was secretly shocked because even though she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, she couldn't get too close to this ice bead. But Yang Kai seemed to be even more powerful than she was. Could this brother Yang be a disciple personally taught by the ancestral founder? Otherwise, how could he be so amazing? But why would the ancestral founder accept a man as a disciple? While Ziyu was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already arrived 1 meter away from the altar. At this point, he couldn't move any further and could only feel the chill all over his body. No matter how he urged his source chi, he couldn't resist the bone-chilling cold. Frost even appeared on his hair and clothes. However, not only was he not frightened, but his eyes were also shining brightly as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Immediately after, he flipped his hand, and a fiery red bead appeared in his palm. Ziyu couldn't help but become absent-minded as she watched this scene. This was because the bead Yang Kai took out was basically the same as the ice bead on the altar, except for a different color. Moreover, the instant Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead, the ice bead on the altar actually began to tremble. At the same time, the fiery red bead in Yang Kai's hand also began to emit a buzzing sound, as if the two were resonating with each other. "Bead of winter!" Yang Kai suddenly cried out in surprise, his excitement reaching its peak. "Bead of winter!" Chapter 24:15. Bead of winter? What is this bead of winter? Ziyu looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. From Yang Kai's tone and demeanor, it was clear that he recognized this bead, and even knew its specific function. Moreover, the fiery red bead in his hand should have some kind of deep connection with this bead of winter. Otherwise, it wouldn't have produced such a resonance. "I'll explain it to you later." Yang Kai gulped. The huge shock was so great that he almost couldn't control himself. How could he have the leisure to explain it to Ziyu? He never expected that he would encounter the bead of winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai obtained 3 beads: the bead of spring, bead of summer, and bead of autumn. Each bead contained a completely different energy attribute. Yang Kai secretly guessed that there should be an ice attribute bead of winter as well. Only then would he be able to gather the Four Seasons power and display the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see the bead of winter at that time, nor did he know where to find it, so he could only put this matter aside. He had kept the spring, summer, and autumn beads in his space ring all this time, and had not used them for a long time. But today, he actually encountered the missing bead of winter here. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. He had only come here under Bing Yun's instructions to see which disciple was contacting her through an artifact, but he never expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai couldn't be more surprised. With the bead of winter here, in other words, he had gathered the 4 seasons and could display the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation power. He didn't know what kind of benefits this would bring him. But how could there be a bead of winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area? Yang Kai thought about it for a while. He could only guess that Bing Yun had also gone to the 4 Seasons realm when she was in the Tao Source realm. Perhaps she obtained the bead of winter from the 4 Seasons realm and brought it to the Northern Territory. After establishing Ice Heart Valley, she left the bead of winter here and used the power of the bead of winter to transform it into Ice Force to form this Ice Lake restricted area. If that was the case, wouldn't this restricted area be ruined if he took the bead of winter away? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but hesitate. He felt that if he told Bing Yun the truth, Bing Yun would not be stingy and gave him the bead of winter. Of course, it was of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. But if it fell into his hands, it was extremely likely that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor. That was the lifetime effort of an emperor and the foundation of his attainment in the martial Tao, and it was undoubtedly much more precious than this forbidden area. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, wondering if he should take the bead of winter now, the bead of winter suddenly shot out a white pillar of light that soared into the sky. Not good. Ziyu's expression changed. Brother Yang, quickly put away your bead. Zizi's expression changed as she shouted. Yang Kai also realized that something was wrong. This bead of winter seemed to have been refined by Bing Yun, so it could erupt with some power. Unlike the other 3 beads in his hand, it was useless. Now it suddenly erupted with a beam of light. Obviously, it was affected by the bead of summer. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be alarmed. This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It would not be long before Ice Heart Valley's masters came to investigate the situation. So, before Ziyu's voice fell, he hurriedly stuffed the bead of summer into his space ring and reached out to grab the bead of winter. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hesitate. He might as well grab the bead of winter. At worst, he could wait until he returned to Ice Moon City to explain to Bing Yun and ask her to give him the bead of winter. His big hand stretched forward, and the omnipresent cold directly froze his hand into a dark purple color. The back of his hand was covered in frost. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had lost all feeling in his hand. He panicked and hurriedly pushed his source chi to resist. After grabbing the bead of winter with great difficulty, Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into his space ring. Only then did he feel a little better. In the next moment he grabbed the dumbfounded Ziyu and shouted, "Let's go!" Ziyu said absent-mindedly, "Brother Yang, why are you stealing our Ice Heart Valley's treasure?" She still did not understand what was going on. If Yang Kai had not taken out the ancestral founder's token and made his intentions clear, Ziyu would have already attacked him. Stealing a treasure from Ice Heart Valley's restricted area in front of an elite disciple like her was simply the act of a bandit. Senior Bing Yun told me to take this bead away. She has a great use for it. Yang Kai could not explain clearly, so he could only make up a random excuse. Oh! Ziyu did not doubt him, and did not ask any more questions. Yang Kai pulled Ziyu with one hand, and held the token given by Bing Yun with the other. Soon, he broke through the barrier of the restricted area and rushed out. At this moment, the entire Ice Heart Valley was in an uproar. Countless Ice Heart Valley disciples who were resting and meditating were alarmed by the commotion in the restricted area. They rushed out of their houses, stood in place, and watched in a daze. Others rushed towards the restricted area to investigate the situation. Strong and weak auras rose and fell one after another in Ice Heart Valley, causing Yang Kai to be secretly shocked. Ice Heart Valley was indeed worthy of being one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Even without Bing Yun, there were still many masters in the valley. There were more than a dozen first and second order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a force was not much inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. All that was missing was a master on par with Wen Zishan. From this, one could see how strong Ice Heart Valley's heritage was. But even such a sect couldn't withstand the pressure exerted by Seeking Passion Sect, and had no choice but to betroth its best disciple to Feng Shi. Comparing the two, the comprehensive strength of Seeking Passion Sect was definitely stronger than that of Ice Heart Valley. The chaos in the valley also made it easier for Yang Kai to escape with Ziyu. He carefully avoided the locations of the Emperor Realm, and was not discovered by anyone along the way. Ziyu also felt a sense of nervousness that she had never felt before. The last time she escaped from Ice Heart Valley with the help of her master, she was not as excited as this. At that time, she only wanted to leave the Northern Territory and never be found by Seeking Passion Sect. But now, there was a man who was escaping with her. It felt as if she was going to elope with this brother Yang Kai. If someone were to see this, she would not be able to clear her name no matter how hard she tried. Once she became nervous, Ziyu's heart began to beat wildly. Who's sneaking around? Suddenly, a shout came from the side, followed by a flash of light. An unparalleled sword intent descended from the sky and directly enveloped her and Yang Kai. Ziyu's face changed drastically. She realized that her emotions had fluctuated just now, which led to them being discovered. For a moment she felt extremely guilty. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt a gentle force pushing her from the side, directly pushing her out of the range of the sword intent. Immediately after, Yang Kai's sword was like a cloud, fiercely clashing with the person who had come. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the newcomer let out a soft cry, as if surprised by something. Immediately after, the newcomer retreated, not intending to kill. Yang Kai took the opportunity to take a few breaths, his face turning slightly pale. His body shook as he forced back the icy sword intent that enveloped him. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the newcomer was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist. During this time, he had fought with many first-order Emperor Realm Masters, and accumulated a lot of valuable experience. So even if he suffered a loss in this battle, it was not a big deal. You are. The newcomer frowned and looked at Ziyu, calling out in a low voice. Why are you here? Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. Since this person called Ziyu like this, it meant that she was one of Ziyu's elders. Moreover, she should like Ziyu very much, otherwise, she would not use such an intimate name. Since she liked Ziyu, she should not make things difficult for her. It was only now that Yang Kai had the time to take a good look at the newcomer. This was a woman dressed like a young woman. She had a petite figure, and held two cherry blossom swords in her hands. Her face was pretty, and her clothes tightly hugged her curvaceous figure. She was very pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because of her petite figure, her appearance was not much different from that of a young girl. However, any cultivator who had cultivated to the Emperor Realm could not be judged by their appearance. This young woman was at least several thousand years old. Seventh Martial Ant. Ziyu looked at the young woman and called out in a low voice, her face full of pleading. You were actually able to escape from the forbidden area. Did he save you? The young woman who was called Seventh Martial Ant by Ziyu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes sizing him up, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Her beautiful eyes were clear and flawless, untainted by even a speck of dust. When Yang Kai looked into her eyes, he felt as if the darkness and evil hidden in his heart were melting away. This caused his heart to tremble as he realized that this young woman should have cultivated some mysterious secret art. Yes, this is Brother Yang Kai. Ziyu quickly nodded and introduced. Brother Yang, this is my seventh martial aunt, Zhang Suning. She is very good to me. She deliberately added this last sentence because she was afraid that Yang Kai and this seventh martial aunt would have a falling out. So it is Senior Zhang Sun. Yang Kai greets Senior. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. Zhang Suning snorted and said, No wonder you didn't agree to this marriage. It turns out that you already have someone in mind. Zhang Sunying's thoughts were very simple. If Yang Kai and Ziyu were not in love, why would this man take such a great risk to enter Ice Heart Valley to save Ziyu? For a man to be willing to go to such an extent for a woman, the only explanation was that he had fallen in love with her. Only love was enough to make a man do so much for a woman. Ziyu's pretty face turned red as she waved her hand and said, "Seventh Martial Aunt, you misunderstand. Brother Yang was sent by the ancestral founder." Zhang Sunying's tender body suddenly trembled, but she quickly calmed down and sighed. "Don't lie to me. Master hasn't contacted me for 3,000 years. You should go, I didn't see you." Chapter 24:16. Although Ziyu wanted to explain things to Zhang Suning, she knew that now was not the time to be long-winded. She could only make up her mind to explain things to Zhang Suning later. She said gratefully, "Thank you, seventh martial uncle." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his hand, saying anxiously, "Let's get out of here. We can't get away." Yang Kai suddenly smiled bitterly and looked at Zhang Suning helplessly. Zhang Suning obviously noticed something too. She frowned slightly, and her pretty face turned gloomy. Intercepting Yang Kai and Ziyu here before was just her instinctive reaction. After all, she was an elder of Ice Heart Valley, so she couldn't just ignore them when she noticed someone sneaking around the valley. However, this interception and the fight just now had obviously alarmed many people, causing Yang Kai and Ziyu to lose the best opportunity to escape. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have appeared to intercept them. Asterisk schwa 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 schwa. Asterisk a series of soft sounds rang out. Then, a large number of masters from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared around Yang Kai and the others. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and some from the Emperor realm were rushing over. They should be here in a few breaths. There were no third-order masters among these people from the Emperor realm. There were only 2 second-order masters, and the rest were all first-order masters. For a moment, Yang Kai was surrounded by beautiful women, a dazzling sight to behold. This was truly a place where beauties were as plentiful as clouds. All kinds of different fragrances faintly assaulted him from all directions, causing him to involuntarily feel as if he had fallen into a land of warmth and tenderness. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy at all. On the contrary, his expression was solemn. He was surrounded by so many people from the Emperor realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, he wasn't confident that he could escape safely. "Ziyu, you've got guts. You actually dared to escape from the forbidden area with a man and steal its treasures." Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape from here, one of the second-order Emperor Realm Masters suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and run!" This woman was dressed like a beautiful woman. She was wearing a light blue dress, but her expression was extremely cold. There was an inexplicable trace of hostility lingering on her body, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, it was unknown what secret technique she had cultivated. She stood there, but her entire body was filled with sword intent. She was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness and emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Ziyu panicked. She quickly waved her hands. "No, great elder, you've misunderstood." "Misunderstand?" The beautiful woman snorted coldly. "Am I blind? You were the only one in the forbidden area, but the treasure is gone now. Do you dare to say that you didn't take it?" Ziyu turned her head to look at Kai Yang. It was hard to say Yang. He could only remain silent. The elder to Heart Emperor Realm Master sneered, and turned to the other second-order Emperor Realm Master. Ziyu broke the sex rules and didn't repent during her confinement. She even stole the treasures of the forbidden area. "Senior sister, please convict her." Hearing this, the second-order Emperor Realm Master sighed and looked at Ziyu with a complicated gaze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. Her heart ached for Ziyu. After a long time she said, "That ice bead was left behind by your ancestral founder. Why did you take it?" Obviously, she also believed that Ziyu stole the ice bead. After all, it was still in the forbidden area, but now it was gone. Ziyu opened her mouth and said, "Master, I didn't take it." She only said that she didn't steal the treasure, but she didn't intend to expose Yang Kai. Obviously, she didn't want to implicate Yang Kai. Then how did it disappear? Ziyu's master asked softly. Compared to the imposing second-order Emperor Realm Master just now, she was undoubtedly much gentler and more considerate, even speaking in a soft and gentle voice. Yang Kai suddenly asked in a low voice, "Junior sister Yu, how should I address these two?" Ziyu heard this and replied subconsciously, "One is my master, Enrua Yin, and the other is Ice Heart Valley's great elder, Sun Yin Xiao. She is also my second martial aunt. My master is ranked first among the senior sisters." When Yang Kai heard this, he understood that the woman with the gentle temperament was Ziyu's master, the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, Enrua Yin. The other woman with the sword intent and imposing aura was Sun Yin Xiao. The two of them had a senior sister relationship with Zhang Suning, whom Yang Kai had met before. Bing Yin has accepted a group of good disciples. All of them have grown to the level of the Emperor Realm. I wonder if it's because of the environment here, or because of her guidance. However, now is obviously not the time to think about this. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge into Ice Heart Valley at night and kidnap my disciple?" Sun Yin Xiao shouted with a cold expression. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid Elder Sun has misunderstood. I didn't kidnap Junior Sister Yu. I was asked to take her away from here." Sun Yin Xiao's tone was so unfriendly that Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of her. Moreover, judging from her attitude, she didn't seem to like Ziyu very much. Presumably, she was one of the people who submitted under the pressure of Seeking Passion sect. "Boy, you dare talk back?" Sun Yin Xiao's face turned cold. At that moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed nearby. Immediately after, one of them looked at Ziyu and exclaimed, "Little sister Yu, what are you doing?" He wore a pained expression as he looked at Ziyu with disappointment. But when he turned to Yang Kai, his eyes were overflowing with hatred and murderous intent. The two people who came were both men. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and had a dignified expression. The one who spoke was from the third-order Dao Source Realm, handsome and extraordinary. The identities of these two were obvious. Currently, the only men who were guests in Ice Heart Valley were Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master, Yao Zhua, and Young Sect Master Feng Shi. The two of them were obviously disturbed by the commotion here. But as soon as they landed, Feng Shi discovered that Ziyu was actually holding Yang Kai's hand. Furthermore, she was holding his hand of her own accord. This discovery made Feng Shi's face sink. He felt as if he had been cuckolded and deeply insulted. His blood boiled, as if it would explode at any moment. None of the women Feng Shi had taken a fancy to had treated him like this. Any woman who had her body and mind captured was like a slave. His words were absolute orders, and no one dared to disobey them. But when it came to Ziyu, she didn't even try to hide her feelings. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine. But at this moment, this cheap slut was actually so intimate with a strange man. Wasn't this clearly infuriating him? If such a thing were to spread out, how could he establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? He was afraid that everyone would stare at his head when they saw him. Seeing Feng Shi's gaze fall on her hand, Ziyu instantly realized that something was wrong. Previously, she was prepared to pull Yang Kai away from here, so she didn't have too many scruples. But before she could do anything, her martial uncles had already rushed over and surrounded her and Yang Kai, making it impossible for them to advance or retreat. In her nervousness, Ziyu forgot to let go of Yang Kai's hand. Now that she had reacted, she could clearly feel the warmth and breadth of Yang Kai's hand. She couldn't help blushing, and instinctively wanted to let go. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and the moment she was about to let go, she tightly grasped his hand again. This time, she used more strength than before and interlocked her fingers with Yang Kai's. Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment, and a strange feeling lingered in his heart. Ziyu's face was slightly red, and her soft body snuggled up to Yang Kai's arm. She looked at Feng Shi provocatively and said, "Young Sect Master, please conduct yourself with dignity." Younger sister Yu isn't someone you can call. Besides, I'm free to do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere. Hearing this, Feng Shi's already ugly face turned ashen. His eyes spat fire as he glared at Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you're courting death. How dare you touch my woman?" Yang Kai sneered. He naturally knew why Ziyu was being so intimate with him. Obviously, she was doing it on purpose for Feng Shi to see. Yang Kai actually didn't have much disgust with her approach. Ziyu couldn't control her future and destiny, so she could only resist like this, hoping to make Feng Shi dispel his original thoughts. However, she didn't expect that it would instead arouse Feng Shi's anger and killing intent. "Who's your woman? Shameless." Ziyu didn't intend to give Feng Shi any face. Seeing him threaten Yang Kai like this, she immediately scolded him. Feng Shi was so angry that his face turned pale. He couldn't scold Ziyu, so he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. He glared at him fiercely and said, "Brat, is this all you've got? You can only let your woman stand up for you?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Young sect master, a melon picked by force isn't sweet. Why do you have to do this? Junior sister Yu and I have long since fallen in love with each other, and have secretly pledged our lives to each other. Why don't you tell me who is stealing whose woman? This young master won't lower himself to your level, but you're a thief crying thief? What kind of logic is this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor Realm all stared at Yang Kai and Ziyu with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ziyu was also slightly dazed. She didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words in front of so many people. What did he mean by secretly pledging their lives to each other? Wasn't this just ruining her innocence? In an instant her face flushed red, as if it was on fire. It was as if she had really done something with Yang Kai, and was ashamed to see him. Seeing her face change, the disciples from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley all had strange expressions. 7th Martial Ant Zhang's son, Ying looked at Yang Kai with a look of approval, as if saying that he had done a good job. This was the first time she had met Yang Kai, so she didn't have any good feelings towards him. However, Yang Kai's bold words made her feel that Ziyu had found the right person. If he wasn't sincere, how could he be so presumptuous in front of so many people from the Emperor Realm? On the other side, Feng Shi's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. He didn't feel good at all. He never expected that the woman he had taken a fancy to, the woman he had even used the power of the sect to obtain, had already become someone else's plaything. He felt as if he had eaten a dead fly, making him feel sick and uncomfortable. He looked at Ziyu with eyes full of disgust. Chapter 24:17. Don't be fooled by them. Ziyu hasn't lost her primordial yin. She is still a virgin. Yaozhua suddenly whispered in Feng Shi's ear. Hearing this, Feng Shi's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. He swept his gaze over Ziyu and confirmed that Yaozhua was right. Ziyu hadn't lost her primordial yin and was still a virgin. But even so, he couldn't let it go because at this moment, Ziyu's 5 fingers were still clasped in Yang Kai's palm, not letting go for a long time. This scene was a great insult to any man, let alone the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. The woman the young sect master of the sect, who entered the Tao of Love, had taken a fancy to was actually so close to another man. This was no longer Feng Shi's personal problem. If word of this spread, it would be a great blow to the sect's reputation. Boy, who are you? How dare you oppose my Seeking Passion sect? Are you not afraid of death? Yaozhua looked at Yang Kai coldly, murderous intent surging in his heart. He knew that if today's matter wasn't handled properly, not only would the sect's reputation be damaged, but Feng Shi would also likely develop a heart demon. The best way to deal with this was naturally to have Feng Shi kill Yang Kai, but this was Ice Heart Valley after all. Before things were clear, he couldn't overstep his authority. The group of people from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley also looked at Yang Kai curiously. They also wanted to know who Yang Kai was. Such a man suddenly appeared in the valley, and was so close to Ziyu. Even Ziyu's master, Ice Heart Valley's acting valley master and Ruoyan couldn't understand the situation. She had never heard Ziyu mention this man in front of her. I just came to take junior sister you away. How am I an enemy of your seeking passion sect? Senior's words are too casual, aren't they? You should speak with a conscience, Yang Kai coldly snorted. He then continued, and this is Ice Heart Valley. What does it have to do with your seeking passion sect? How dare you call her junior sister you? Fengxi was furious. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, what does it have to do with you? Why are you barking? Fengxi's anger surged as he glared at Yao Zhuodao. Martial uncle, I'm going to kill him. Since he was born, he had never suffered such a grievance before. The woman he fancied had taken the initiative to hold this man's hand and tarnished his reputation. This man was actually so arrogant. If he didn't kill him, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? Yang Kai sneered. You want to kill me? There are many people who want to kill me, but they are all dead. Arrogant brat. Yao Zhuo's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with rage, and the aura of the Emperor Realm swept towards Yang Kai. Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor Realm were also surprised. Yang Kai, a person from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, dared to spout such nonsense in front of them. They were also very shocked. They didn't know if Yang Kai had cultivated too much, or if he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The ignorant had nothing to fear. Yang Kai stood in place and let out a muffled snort. He seemed to be a little suffocated by Yao Zhuo's aura. Sniffing his nose, he said, I'm sorry. I was young and didn't know how to speak. Hearing this, all the women frowned. They thought that Yang Kai also knew fear. Previously, he was so arrogant that they thought he really had a lofty character. But after being suppressed by Yao Zhuo's aura, he immediately withered away. From the looks of it, this little brat wasn't someone who could be trusted. If Kai Yang was really unyielding to the end, then perhaps he would be seen in a new light. But he had compromised so quickly. Obviously, he was a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A few faint sighs came from the crowd, as if they were feeling sorry for Ziyu. They didn't know if Ziyu had been trapped by love and hadn't seen his true face. Compared to Fengxi, this person was simply worlds apart. At the very least, Fengxi was seeking passion sect's young sect master. His status wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. If Ziyu married him, even if her cultivation couldn't advance in the future, she wouldn't suffer much in this lifetime. She could live a stable life, and might even be happy in the future. But if she really followed a person like Yang Kai, her future would be full of troubles. Yang Kai looked at Yao Zhuo and Fengxi indifferently and sneered. My words aren't very pleasant to hear. If I have offended you in any way just now, come and bite me. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. The group from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley all widened their beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they were doubting what they had just heard. As for Fengxi and Yao Zhuo, their faces sank as their anger soared to the heavens. Yao Zhuo turned his head and looked at Sun Yunxiu, shouting in a low voice, Great Elder, if she kills him, no one will have any objections, right? He didn't consult acting Valley Master and Ruo Yin, and directly asked Sun Yunxiu. Obviously, he knew that Ruo Yin had a weak personality, and it was useless to ask her at this time. The reason why he asked Fengxi to take action was for his own sake. Yang Kai and Ziyu's actions had already caused a heart demon to form in Fengxi's heart. Only by killing Yang Kai with his own hands would this heart demon be eliminated, and not affect his future cultivation. Seeking passion sect's seeking passion supreme, art required one to enter the Tao through emotions. When cultivating it, one needed to show their true feelings, and make their target fall in love. Hearing Yao Zhuo's question, Sun Yunxiu's pretty face sank and she coldly snorted. This is my Ice Heart Valley's business. Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master don't need to intervene. Her cold words caused Kai Yang to be extremely surprised. He had guessed that Sun Yunxiu should be a member of the Seeking Passion Sect, and should be the backbone of the Seeking Passion Sect, who agreed to let Ziyu marry into the Seeking Passion Sect. Normally, such a person would only kneel down and lick the Seeking Passion Sect's boots, but in reality, Sun Yunxiu didn't give Yao Zhuo any face. What was going on? Although Sun Yunxiu didn't give Yao Zhuo any face, She didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai either. She felt that this series of troubles was caused by Yang Kai, so when she turned her head, murderous intent lingered on her face. Just as she was about to say something, and Ruo Yin suddenly said, "Young man, you just said that you were ordered to take you away. Who ordered you to do so?" She didn't have any deep meaning in asking this question, but she knew Sun Yunxiu's character. She knew that if she didn't interrupt, her second junior sister would definitely attack Yang Kai. With her second-order Emperor realm cultivation, if she really wanted to kill him, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to resist. It didn't matter who ordered Yang Kai to elope with Ziyu, or if he really liked her, and Ruo Yin wanted to see this happen. Ziyu was her disciple, and she had been teaching her cultivation since she was a child. If she had any other choice, how could she agree to this marriage and secretly release Ziyu? Unfortunately, fate made fools of people, and Ziyu was captured in the end. Yang Kai still respected in Ruo Yin. This woman was Ziyu's master, and the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, but she seemed to be extremely gentle and weak. Such a person wasn't suitable to be in charge of a sect. A true leader needed to be impartial, ruthless, and tough. And Ruo Yin undoubtedly didn't meet these requirements. This was perhaps the biggest reason why Ice Heart Valley was bullied by the Seeking Passion sect without being able to resist. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Senior N, this junior is here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take junior sister Yu away from here." "What? Boy, what did you just say?" The group of Ice Heart Valley members from the Emperor realm all became excited and cried out in alarm. More than a dozen pairs of beautiful eyes instantly fixed on Yang Kai and trembled slightly. Sun Yunxiu's tender body flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder, gritted her teeth, and said in a trembling voice, "Boy, repeat what you just said. You're hurting me." Yang Kai glanced at his shoulder and said coldly. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't seem to be in pain at all. Sun Yunxiu looked angry, as if she was about to explode, but she thought of something and forcibly suppressed her anger. Taking a deep breath, she let go of Yang Kai and took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. The other members of the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley were the same. Yang Kai looked around and said loudly, "I am here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take junior sister Yu away from here, Master." And Ruo Yin finally confirmed that she hadn't heard wrong. Yang Kai really did say the words Bing Yin. These two sacred words had been lingering in her heart for 3,000 years. For the past 3,000 years, she had never stopped recalling the scene of her master teaching her cultivation. At that time, she was carefree, leaning against her master, and only needed to cultivate in peace. But time flew by, and Ice Heart Valley was still Ice Heart Valley, but there was no news of her master. Not only did the outside world speculate that her master had fallen, but even many of the senior sisters in the sect silently accepted this fact. But at this moment, she actually heard news of her master from Yang Kai, and Ruo Yin felt the blood in her chest churn as she asked bitterly, "Master, how is she now?" Pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai, full of expectation. Obviously, they all wanted to know the answer. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Senior Bing Yin knows that you want to push the sect's most outstanding disciple into a fire pit, so she is in a bad mood." Hearing this, all the women's expressions turned gloomy as guilt filled their faces. They could no longer meet Yang Kai's gaze, and quickly averted their eyes. "Impossible, impossible!" Sun Yunxiu suddenly screamed like crazy, her eyes red as she stared at Yang Kai as if she wanted to eat him alive. She approached him step by step and gritted her teeth. "If Master is really still alive, why didn't she come to talk to us in person? Why did she send a man like you to Ice Heart Valley? Boy, how dare you lie? Do you really think this queen can't kill you?" Second martial aunt, it's true. Brother Yang was really sent by martial ancestor. Ziyu saw her fierce look and quickly stood in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Fengshi's heart was broken. Chapter 24:18. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Sun Yunxiu waved her hand, and swept Ziyu to the side. Fortunately, although she was very emotional, she knew her limits and didn't intend to hurt Ziyu. In the next moment, Sun Yunxiu appeared in front of Yang Kai again. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, lifting him up effortlessly. She raised her head slightly and said sternly, "You dare to use Master to tease us? I'll kill you now." She was shouting fiercely, but there wasn't the slightest murderous intent in her eyes. On the contrary, her aura was even weaker than before. She was putting on a brave front. She didn't want to kill Yang Kai. She clearly wanted to use her superior cultivation to force Yang Kai to tell the truth. Yang Kai saw through her worries at a glance, and didn't resist. He let her lift him and sneered, "Do it! Why aren't you doing it?" Sun Yunxiu gritted her teeth, but she didn't show any signs of wanting to kill him. She just stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped her face, shouting, "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Sun Yunxiu was caught off guard, and was actually slapped hard across the face by Kai Yang, causing her to stumble backwards. All the women turned pale with fright, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Among all her senior and junior sisters, Sun Yunxiu's temper was the most fiery and cold. She was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she was qualified to be Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. But now, she was slapped by a third-order Dao Source Realm Junior in front of so many people, and by a man at that. How was this going to end? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee Yang Kai's miserable end at Sun Yunxiu's hands. And Ruo Yun's expression changed. She was thinking quickly about how to appease her second junior sister. She had to spare Yang Kai's life. Regardless of why Yang Kai was so bold as to attack a second-order Emperor Realm Master. And Ruo Yun couldn't allow him to be killed just because he had come to save Ziyu from the Sea of Bitterness. But to everyone's surprise, Sun Yunxiu didn't fly into a rage after being slapped. Instead, she touched her cheek in astonishment. Then, there was something in her hand. It was a token that many people found familiar, a token that hadn't appeared for 3,000 years. Ancestral Master's Order. Sun Yunxiu stared blankly at the token in her hand. Looking at the huge Yun character, tears instantly blurred her vision. What? And Ruo Yun's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly rushed over. Big senior sister, the Ancestral Master's token. This is the Ancestral Master's token. Sun Yunxiu cried like a pear blossom in the rain, but a smile appeared on her face. She held the token in her hand, and handed it to Ruo Yun. He shouted as if he was presenting a treasure. As for being slapped by Yang Kai, she seemed to have forgotten about it in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she no longer had the majesty of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. She was clearly a little girl who had seen something she had been looking forward to for a long time. And Ruo Yun's tender body trembled violently as she took the token from Sun Yunxiu's hand, feeling the familiar aura and smell on it. For a moment she couldn't help herself. Her eyes turned red. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor Realm also gathered around and stared at the token in a daze. They were all breathing heavily, as if they had seen the most incredible thing. On the other side, Yaozhua immediately realized that something was wrong when he heard the words Ancestral Master's token. The reason why Seeking Passion sect could suppress Ice Heart Valley was because Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Master had been missing for 3,000 years. A top master like Bing Yin should have been known no matter where she went. But in fact, Bing Yin had been missing for 3,000 years. Many people thought that she had encountered some danger and had fallen long ago. Without Bing Yin, Ice Heart Valley was like a toothless tiger that Seeking Passion sect could bully at will. But now, Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Master's token suddenly appeared. Did this mean that Bing Yin hadn't fallen and had been living in seclusion somewhere? If this was the case, then Ice Heart Valley's strength was comparable to Seeking Passion sect's. Whether Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding could still be held as scheduled was up for debate. The news of the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master's big celebration 2 days later had already spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. Invitations had been sent out, and many masters had gathered in Ice Moon City, waiting to enter Ice Heart Valley in 2 days to congratulate them. If the celebration couldn't be held on time, the Seeking Passion sect would lose all face this time. The culprit of all this was undoubtedly this young man who had suddenly appeared. If he hadn't taken out the Ancestral Master's token, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Thinking so, Yaozhuo couldn't care less about letting Feng Shi kill Yang Kai to get rid of his heart demon. The sooner he killed Yang Kai the better. Then, he would let Feng Shi and Ziyu cook the rice tonight. At that time, even if Bing Yun really came back, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Thinking so, he shouted, "This little brat is spouting nonsense. Where did he find this token? How dare he pass it off as the Ancestral Master's token? Everyone, don't be fooled by him. If your noble sect's Ancestral Master was still alive, she would definitely come in person. Why would she send a Dao Source Realm brat?" As soon as he said this, all the Ice Heart Valley girls calmed down. When they saw the long-lost Ancestral Master's token, everyone was so excited that they lost their minds. But now, after listening to Yaozhuo's words, they felt that it made sense. If Bing Yun was still alive, why didn't she come in person? Ice Heart Valley was founded by her. And among the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm here, 6 or 7 of them were her legacy disciples. Why couldn't she come in person? As long as she showed up here in person, there was no need for the Ancestral Master's token. But Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, came here with the Ancestral Master's token and claimed that he was ordered by Bing Yun to take Ziyu away. How could he convince others with just the Ancestral Master's token? Perhaps this token was picked up by Kai Yang from somewhere. And Ruo Yun's face turned slightly pale as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, tell me the truth. Who gave you this token? Or where did you pick it up?" When she asked these questions, her expression was extremely uneasy, afraid that Yang Kai would give her an answer she didn't want to hear. Although there had been no news of her master for 3,000 years, there were no definite clues about her death. If this token was really picked up by Yang Kai, then her master must have fallen. She couldn't accept this result. As the Acting Valley Master, she had been in charge of Ice Heart Valley for 3,000 years. Although she didn't have any great achievements, she also didn't make any big mistakes. Her only mistake was that she couldn't protect her disciple. The only thing that kept her going until now was that she believed that one day, her master would return. She hoped that when the time came, she could hand over the complete Ice Heart Valley to her master. She didn't ask for praise, just peace of mind, because she had done her best to protect the foundation her master had built. If she received news from Yang Kai that her master had fallen, she would definitely collapse. "If you dare to lie, I will definitely make you beg for death." Sun Yunxiu wasn't as good-tempered as Ruo Yun. As soon as she opened her mouth, she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "If I say that Senior Bing Yun gave this to me personally, would you believe me?" And Ruo Yun immediately relaxed and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I believe. I believe." Sun Yunxiu also seemed to have lost all her strength, her face filled with relief, her gaze towards Yang Kai not as fierce as before. Everyone else also had their clothes soaked in sweat, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. Although they couldn't be sure whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, at least everyone had some hope. "You women are too naive. This little brat is clearly fooling you. Wait for this king to make him spill the truth." Yaozhuo shouted as he suddenly pushed his emperor pressure and raised his hand to press down on Yang Kai. Looking at his murderous aura, it was clear he wasn't trying to force Yang Kai to spill the truth. He was clearly trying to kill him. "Old dog, you dare to bully the weak and bully the weak? Shameless." Yang Kai's bones creaked, and his eyes narrowed as he shouted out. As he spoke, he tried to break through the void to avoid this blow. But the emperor pressure of a second-order Emperor Realm Master was unexpectedly fierce. The dense pressure directly sealed the space around him, causing him to stiffen, as if he was in a quagmire whirlpool. He couldn't break free, and even after using all his strength, he was only able to move a little bit. There was no way for him to escape. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. At this moment, the group of people from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley were still in a state of shock. No one expected that a master like Yaozhuo would suddenly attack Yang Kai, By the time Ruo Yin and Sun Yunxiu noticed and tried to rescue them, it was already too late. They could only watch as the palms slapped towards Yang Kai. "Stop!" And Ruo Yin shouted as she flicked her sleeve, sending a long white ribbon flying towards Yao Zhua. "If you dare hurt him, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Sun Yunxiu was even more direct. She raised the long sword in her hand, and her body was wrapped in sword light as she slashed towards Yao Zhua. In the next moment, the rest of the people from the Emperor realm acted together, using their secret techniques and summoning their artifacts to attack Yao Zhua. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. Icy principles and concepts spread out, making it seem as if the entire world had been frozen. Facing so many people from the Emperor realm, Yao Zhua didn't show any intention of stopping. Instead, his moves became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to take Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai could clearly see that the people from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley couldn't save him. Before they could, Yao Zhua would hit him, and even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and a bead suddenly appeared in his hand. He poured his source qi into it, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's strength was almost completely absorbed by this bead. His face paled as he threw the bead at Yao Zhua and shouted, "I'll kill you! Old bastard, take this!" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.